Good morning. This is April 25th. This is the morning calendar for Yelm Municipal Court. My name is Chris Coker. I'm a Judge Pro Tem covering for Judge Meyer this morning. So I will turn to the prosecutor to call the cases, or however we'd like to proceed.
Yep. We can just go down the line.
Okay.
On the 8:15 calendar.
First case would be John Appleby. No response. And do we do the, what, do we take care of the warrants now, or we do them like after the calendar? How do you
We can do that.
Okay. Is there John Appleby present? It's about 8:40, no response. Next matter, we do have an interpreter case. Is that on the 8:15? At 9? Oh, okay. Okay, great. Christopher Jackson. Cause number 1A0191007. No response. And if there's anybody, and you're listening to Zoom, if anybody chimes in, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Selena Menish. Come forward. All right. Are you Selena Menish? All right. Good morning. We are here for this is a compliance for diversion review for a DUI. Data violation was back in September of 2023. My notes indicate no proof of mental health evaluation in the file. Is that correct? Or does the prosecutor even get involved in these?
No, I will, but
Okay.
like.
All right. So Ms. Menish, we have you're here, you're on a DUI compliance review for, sounds like a diversion agreement. And the docket notes indicate that there's no proof of some evaluations that you've needed to complete.
Yeah.
You agree with that? Okay, so what are we doing? Okay, and when did you enter into the diversion agreement? Do you remember? Okay. Do you know when that was entered into? Okay, so you've had since December to do this, so we need to make sure that you're moving this forward. Okay, because these diversion agreements are, as Mr. Haverko would have explained to you, is a contract, and it's a contract between you and the city. And if you violate the terms of that contract, then the city comes back and the city can revoke it. And then in this case, I don't know the circumstances of the DUI, but you'll be likely being convicted of that DUI if you don't comply with the terms. You understand that? Okay, so defendant indicates they have you said the 29th of this month? All right, what's the city's preference on this?
Oh, the city wouldn't mind resetting until Ms. Minesh has an opportunity to have that meeting. Maybe 30 days.
Okay, 30 days give you enough time? That should give you plenty of time. Okay, so can we reset 30 days out? Do I need to sign anything? An order in the file? Okay.
Go June 6th. Let's go June 6th.
Is that the order on review? Okay. All right, so Selena, I'm gonna sign this order, resetting this matter to June 6th, 2024 at 8:15 a.m. It'll be here. The expectation is you're gonna have the evaluation done, and if they recommend something, the expectation is gonna be that by that time, you're gonna be into the treatment and moving this forward, okay? You have any questions about that? Okay. So I will go ahead and sign this order. And we'll give you a copy of it, and we'll see you back here on the 6th, okay? Thank you. Oh, where does she get the copy of the order? The window? Yeah, okay, great. Have a good rest of your day. All right, Eduardo Pineda Cortez, is that one of the, is Eduardo Pineda Cortez? Was that the interpreter? Was that an interpreter case? No? All right. No response. Eric Strobel. Good morning. I'm gonna ask you to take your hat off, Mr. Strobel. Thank you. All right, Mr. Strobel, this is cause number 2A06044491. Compliance diversion on a DUI from December 6th of 2022. You're coming up for completion, it looks like in 2025, but you need to complete, looks like the victim's impact panel.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
For me to go. Mail it.
Cool. Okay. Then why don't we just reset this for review out 30 days? And then if you get that I think the only issue is the VIP. Okay. So you get that in, you don't need to come back. Okay. If you don't get it in, then you got to come back. Okay. Make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll just set it for 30 days out, and assuming we have completion or proof of the VIP by that time, his appearance can be, the hearing can be stricken, and we'll just leave you in the diversion till July of 2025.
Yeah.
Everything else going all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Trying to get this.
Yep.
This thing, I'm gonna try.
That's great. That's really, yeah. Okay. All right, Eric. Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
And we'll give you, you'll pick up the court date at the window, and we'll go from there.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
All right. Next matter is Jason Tipton. Jason Tipton, 3A0107-827. No response. Okay. Are those the 830s? Arnold Ramirez Pulido. Okay. So just the two in custodies? Okay. Oh, do I need to sign the order for Strobel? Sorry about that. And we put, okay, you put Strobel on the 6th as well then? Okay, sorry, I think I said May, but just maybe give. All right, I've signed it. See ya.
All right, good.
Oh, I need to unmute. I just remuted. Okay. Mr. Haverco, can you hear me?
Sure can, Judge.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
So we've got a couple cases in custody. We have the court interpreter here. Which case would you like to call? Who's ready to go over there?
Well, the Mr. Ramirez Polito was here, and because they still had to retrieve Mr. Graves, the custody officer took Mr. Ramirez Polito with her. So he's now gone. So
Okay.
I'm awaiting the return of both here. So otherwise, oh, here we go. I think it. Hey, let's, Mr. Ramirez Polito.
Graves and Polito.
Okay, great. So we're just about ready to go here, Judge.
Okay.
Go ahead and have a seat. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, just go ahead and have a seat.
Yeah.
All right. Are you, Mr. Interpreter, your name, please?
Leroy Mold?
Okay, and have you been sworn in by this court before?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just adopt that as well. All right. Okay, good morning. This is Arnold Ramirez Pulido,
Señor Arnold Ramírez Pulido,
cause number 4A019,
4109
4A019,
48019
4413.
4413.
And we're here for arraignment
Estamos aquí para una declaración.
on a charge of driving with license suspended second degree
El cargo de manejar con una licencia suspendida en segundo grado
and operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock.
y operar un vehículo sin tener el aparato de incendio.
Okay. Mr. Haverko,
We could proceed as follows. He is indigent. I guess I would ask first, Your Honor, appoint me as counsel.
okay, and we'll do
Para
that.
asignar, señor Haverko como abogado de representarle.
All right, we've appointed Mr. Haverko as the counsel.
Hemos
Thank you, Ju-
designado señor Haverko como su abogado.
Hey, thank you, Judge. So I have had an opportunity to meet with the defendant along with the court certified interpreter, Mr. Mould.
He tenido la oportunidad de juntar con señor Ramírez Pulido, con el intérprete señor Mold.
In that meeting, I had a copy of the police report that I was able to review with him with the assistance of Mr. Mould.
He tenido la oportunidad de revisar el reporte de la policía con señor Mold.
I had an opportunity to explain what an arraignment is.
He tenido la oportunidad también de explicar qué es una declaración.
I discussed with him his constitutional rights such as presumption of innocence, right to counsel if he can't afford, right to trial, right to an appeal.
Y hemos hablado acerca de los derechos que tiene de tener el derecho de representación, de tener un abogado, y también su derecho de apelación.
I discussed with Mr. Ramirez Polito that also, if he were to choose to do so, we could proceed with waiving arraignment and entering a plea, that is his decision to do.
Y también discutido con el señor Ramírez Pulido, que es una declaración y the interpreter didn't get that last part, with.
I was saying that he is choosing to waive arraignment and proceed with a entry of a plea.
Que él está escogiendo o eligiendo de denegar la lectura de los cargos y proceder en adelante con el arreglo o con la declaración.
It is his intention to enter a straight plea of guilty to count 2, operating a motor vehicle without an ignition interlock device.
Es su intención de hacer una declaración de culpabilidad de operar al segundo cargo de operar un vehículo sin tener el aparato de incendio puesto en el carro.
As part of a plea agreement, upon the court's acceptance of the plea, the city would move to dismiss count 1, the driving while license suspended in the second degree.
Y como parte de ese acuerdo, la ciudad está disponible a despedir el cargo número 1 de manejar bajo o manejar un carro con licencia suspendida en segundo grado.
As part of this proposed agreement, I reviewed with the defendant
Y como parte de este acuerdo que está propuesto, he revisado con el defendiente
a statement of defendant on plea of guilty,
una declaración de defendiente con una declaración de culpabilidad.
I explained again to him that he would have the right to maintain not guilty pleas.
Y expliqué a él que tiene el derecho de, que mantiene el derecho de poder hacer una declaración de no culpable
To demand a trial by jury,
y para demandar un juicio con jurado.
if he were to be convicted at a trial, he would have the right to appeal.
Y si fuera condenado en ese juicio, tendría el derecho de una apelación.
With the understanding that he would give up those rights if he enters a guilty plea, that is his decision to do so.
con el entendimiento de que si él se deniega a esos derechos para entrar una declaración de culpabilidad, lo está haciendo de su propia voluntad.
So with that in mind, Your Honor, I would ask you to inquire.
Entonces, con eso, su honradez, le pediría que usted le pregunte.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
All right, you are Arnold Ramirez Pulido?
¿Usted es señor Arnold Ramírez Pulido?
Sí.
Yes.
And I have before me a statement of defendant on plea of guilty.
Tengo enfrente de mí una declaración del defendiente con una declaración de culpabilidad.
Did you go over that document with your attorney as well as a Spanish-speaking interpreter?
¿Y usted revisó ese documento con su abogado y con un intérprete de español?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you have enough time for them to answer any questions you might have about the statement of defendant on plea of guilty?
¿Tuvo usted bastante tiempo para hacer cualquier pregunta de ellos acerca de esa declaración de defendiente?
Sí.
Yes.
And Mr. Ramirez Pulido, what was your last level of education?
Señor Ramírez Pulido, ¿cuántos años de escuela ha cumplido usted?
Solamente estuve en la secundaria.
Just to junior high school.
Okay. And Mr. Haverko, I'm just gonna put 10th grade as the last level of education. Do you think that's reflective of?
Yeah, I think that's probably appropriate, Your Honor.
Señor Haverko, voy a poner como el grado de 10, si eso es en comparación del sistema que tenemos, que sería razonable para hacer.
Okay.
All right, and so Mr. Ramirez Pulido, you understand in this agreement, if you plead guilty, you're giving up your constitutional rights?
Señor Ramírez Pulido, si usted entiende que si usted se declara culpable a este cargo, que está denegando su derecho constitucional.
Sí.
Yes.
Right, and you understand that the crime with which you're charged with is the maximum penalty is 364 days in jail with a $5,000 fine?
Y usted entiende que la sentencia o penalidad máxima de este cargo es de 364 días de encarcelación y un máximo de $5,000 de multa?
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand that I could sentence you up to the maximum regardless of any recommendation that may be made by the parties.
Y usted entiende que yo podría entrar una sentencia hasta el máximo, sin embargo, lo que dice en este acuerdo.
Sí, entiendo.
All right, and finally, if you're not a citizen of the United States,
Y al fin, si usted no es ciudadano de los Estados Unidos
a plea of guilty to an offense punishable as a crime under state law,
y una declaración de culpabilidad a un crimen bajo el derecho del Estado de Washington,
may be grounds for deportation,
puede ser fundación para deportación,
exclusion from admission to the U.S.,
para estar excluido de admitir a los Estados Unidos,
or denial of naturalization pursuant to the laws of the United States.
o la denegación de naturalización bajo las leyes de los Estados Unidos.
Sí, sí, entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so as to the charge of operating a motor vehicle without an ignition interlock,
Y según el cargo de operar un vehículo sin tener un aparato de incendio puesto en el carro,
alleged to have occurred on or about April 23rd of 2024,
que supuestamente ocurrió, pardon me, Your Honor, the interpreter didn't get those dates again.
April 23rd, 2024,
Como más o menos el 23 de abril de 2024.
How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
¿Cómo se declara? ¿Culpable o no culpable?
Culpable.
Guilty.
Okay. And Mr. Haverko, I see that there's not a written statement. Is this, essentially an Alfred Newton type plea?
Señor Haverko, veo que no hay una declaración escrita y esto es bajo un tipo de declaración de Alfred.
Yes, Judge.
Okay,
Sí.
and so I will just review briefly the police reports to make sure there's a sufficient factual basis for the plea.
Voy a revisar el reporte de la policía para asegurar que hay hechos suficientes para la declaración de culpabilidad.
Okay, based on a review of the police reports, I will find a sufficient basis for the plea.
Basado en el reporte de la policía, puedo ver que hay hechos suficientes para soportar, apoyar la declaración de culpabilidad.
And I'll enter, make a finding of guilty to the charge of,
Y voy a entrar o encontrar una declaración de culpabilidad
of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock.
de operar un vehículo sin tener el aparato de incendio.
And then last question, Mr. Ramirez Polito. Did your attorney and the interpreter read this plea of guilty to you, or did you read it yourself?
Y la última pregunta, señor Ramírez Pulido, si su abogado con la ayuda del intérprete lo leyeron a usted o lo leyó usted mismo?
¿Cómo? Perdón.
Pardon me?
Did they read it? Did his lawyer and the interpreter read it to him, or did he read it himself?
Si el abogado y el intérprete lo leyeron a usted o si usted mismo lo leyó.
Oh, me lo leyeron.
They read it to me.
Okay, great. Okay, I've signed this plea of guilty,
He firmado la declaración de culpabilidad
and now we're going to move to sentencing today?
y podemos mover a imponer sentencia.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, or I'll hear from, Mr. Ratfield first.
Quiero oír de la ciudad primero.
Your Honor, I just ask that you follow the recommendation in the plea.
Pido que siga la recomendación de la declaración.
All right, Mr. Haverko, go ahead.
The recommendation is, just credit for time served. It's just a little bit. But, otherwise all suspended time on the interlock violation, again, dismiss count 1. I did mention to him that, he's had a couple of alcohol violations in the last 6 months, so he needs to, be more careful in the future because
Que siga la recomendación y que lo he mencionado a él que ha tenido violaciones de manejar bajo la influencia sobre los últimos 6 meses y él necesita tener más cuidado.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Haverko?
oh, nothing else, Your Honor. We just ask the court, follow the recommendation.
Nada más y pido a la corte que siga la recomendación.
All right, Mr. Ramirez Polito, anything you'd like to say before
Señor
sentencing?
Ramírez Pulido, ¿hay algo que usted quisiera decir?
Solamente que por favor me dé otra oportunidad, pues ya que no lo hice a propósito, lo hice porque había perdido mi trabajo y pasé un tiempo sin trabajar y me costó para encontrar un trabajo, por eso es que necesitaba llegar a ese trabajo para no perderlo otra vez.
I'd like the court to accept what the proposal is so that I don't lose my job. I just got this job and I'd like to be able to keep it.
All right. And what are we doing with the infraction? All right, Mr. Ramirez Polito, I'm going to sentence you as follows. I'm going to dismiss the DWS second degree charge.
Señor Ramirez Pulido, voy a imponer sentencia como así. Voy a despedir el cargo de manejar con licencia suspendida.
I'll dismiss the speeding infraction.
También voy a despedir la infracción de exceder el límite de velocidad.
As it relates to the operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock,
Como está relatado al cargo de operar un vehículo sin tener el aparato de incendio puesto.
I'm going to amend the recommendation just a little bit.
Voy a modificar la recomendación un poquito.
I'm going to impose 364 days in jail.
Voy a imponer 364 días de encarcelación.
I'm going to suspend 359.
Voy a suspender 359 días
You give credit for 2 days.
y darle crédito de 2 días.
So you'll owe 3 more days.
Y usted tiene un deber de 3 días de encarcelación.
Going to impose a $5,000 fine.
Y voy a imponer una multa de $5,000
I'll suspend all $5,000
y voy a suspender todos los $5,000
for a period of 12 months.
por un periodo de 12 meses.
During that time, you're to comply with all conditions of release.
Y durante ese periodo de tiempo necesita estar en cumplimiento con todas las condiciones de libertad.
The main ones being
Las condiciones primarias siendo
you are not to have any criminal law violations,
que no tenga ninguna violación criminal
not to have any alcohol-related infractions,
y no tener ninguna infracción relatado a alcohol
and you're not to operate a motor vehicle without ignition interlock per the Department of Licensing rules.
y no se permite a operar un vehículo sin tener el aparato de incendio impuesto según las reglas del Departamento de Licencia.
You understand those conditions?
¿Entiende usted las condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and also, do you understand
Y entiende también,
that if you get caught driving again,
si le encuentran otra vez manejando
in violation of any of these conditions,
en violación de cualquier de estas condiciones,
that you will be serving a significantly more amount of jail than 5 days.
si usted estará sirviendo un tiempo significante más que estos 5 días.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I hope you understand that.
Okay. Espero que lo entiende
Good luck to you,
y
Mr.
buena
Ramirez
suerte a
Polito.
usted.
Una pregunta nada más, ¿cuántos días más tengo que estar aquí?
One question more. How much longer am I going to
Ya,
be?
ya llevo 2.
You'll have to complete 3 more days.
3 días más.
Ok. Está bien. Gracias.
We're good? All right. I think that concludes your case. Good luck to you, Mr. Ramirez
Eso
Polito.
concluye su caso. Buena suerte a usted, señor Pulido Ramírez.
Gracias.
Adriano.
Done with the interpreter?
So you're not doing the bad days, though, Brittany's, except Brittany's not.
Yeah.
We'll do this, last in custody. All right, good morning. Are you Dorino Graves?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Good morning, Mr. Graves.
Good morning, Your Your Honor.
You are here for cause number 4A0, or I'm sorry, 4A0398011, charge of violation of protection order. Mr. Haverco, Mr. Ratfield, how are we proceeding today?
First on the issue, I assume the court's going to appoint me as counsel.
We will. The court will appoint you, Mr. Haverco, as counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've had an opportunity to review the police reports with Mr. Graves, and we've talked about the case and what the city would have to prove. He also understands what an arraignment is, the right to be read the charges in open court, the maximums that can be imposed, enter a not guilty plea, set it for trial. He is wanting to waive arraignment today, and he's wanting to enter a straight plea to the charge to take care of it today, on the hope that Your Honor will follow the agreed recommendation, which is credit for time served and release.
Okay. All right. Mr. Graves, is that your intention today to move forward with a guilty plea to the charge of violation of protection order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I have in front of me a statement of defendant on plea of guilty. A question, what's the last level of education you completed, Mr. Graves?
I got my GED back in Georgia.
Good, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, so in this statement of defendant on plea of guilty, paragraph 5 contains a number of constitutional rights. You understand that if you plead guilty to this charge, you're giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
And you understand that the maximum penalty here is 364 days in jail with a $5,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that there's a recommendation in this agreement that I don't necessarily have to follow. I could sentence you up to the maximum.
Yes, sir, I understand, Your Honor.
Okay. So paragraph 11 states on April 17th, 2024 in the city of Yelm, I had contact with Kia B, which I knew was in violation of a domestic violence protection no contact order. Is that your statement?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
So as to the charge of violation of a protection order alleged to have occurred on April 17th of 2024, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll find your plea as knowingly and voluntarily. No one's made any threats of harm or anything else to cause you to enter the plea. And did Mr. Graves, did your lawyer read this plea form to you, or did you read it yourself, or kind of a combination of both?
I discussed it with Mr. Haverco, Your Honor.
And you feel like you had time to, you had enough time with him to answer any questions that you have?
Yes, Judge, I did.
Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and sign this order for this statement of defendant on plea of guilty. And are we moving forward to sentencing today, I assume?
We are, Judge.
Okay, I'll hear from Mr. Ratfield first.
Your Honor, just has to.
Okay. All right, Mr. Haverco?
It's an agreed recommendation, credit for time served. The hope is Your Honor will follow the recommendation where he could be released today. You know, he and I talked about the fact that what's hanging them up, because they both, I believe, want to continue to have a relationship, and there's an order out there. And you know, I talked about the fact that he may have to go to the time and trouble. It's difficult, but to seek out some domestic violence treatment and ultimately get some kind of a recommendation from a treatment provider to either modify, rescind, or lift the order. And he realizes that. So yeah, unfortunately, you know, he's just, you know, not without any disrespect for the law, just unfortunately, I believe he and the protected person, you know, it's probably their mutual desire to continue a relationship, and then this order needs to be dealt with.
Yep. And I think the next one would put him in felony world, wouldn't it?
It would, and I did advise him of that this is, you know, number 2, and while the city doesn't necessarily have to refer it to for felony charging, if there was a third violation, it could be. And so, you know, that he certainly wants to avoid that.
Mr. Graves, anything you'd like to add before sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor, I just want to add the fact that I'm not trying to disrespect the court in no kind of way, but that's my that is indeed my wife, and we very much love each other very much, and she wants to be with me. She doesn't want this order. She's also on mental health, and I'm the only person who helps her take care of her, and helps her that she takes all of her medicine and stuff. And you know, she wants to be with me, and I want to be with her.
Okay, so Mr. Graves, as Mr. Haverco said, you got to get this order taken care of.
Yes, sir.
I mean, and you know, because what this comes down to is it's a violation of a court order, even, and the parties, or in this case, the protected party most likely can go in and get it amended. But until that's done, you're basically, it's a contempt of court situation,
Yes, sir.
you know? So, okay. I will, follow the recommendation, enter the plea of guilty to, or enter the finding of guilty of the protection order violation. Gonna impose 364 days in jail. It says you have 9 days credit.
Yes, sir.
So 355 suspended, giving you credit for 9 days. If my math is right, that's $5,000 fine, all $5,000 suspended. Jurisdiction will be 24 months. The conditions are going to be as follows. You're to appear at all scheduled court hearings. You're not to have any criminal law violations. And basically you're to abide by all prohibitive orders that are in effect. All right.
Yes, yes, sir.
Again, the biggest issue here, Mr. Graves, is that you are getting in, and once you know, the third one on these things can become a felony. So that puts you at a lot more risk.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, I'll go ahead and sign this order, and the clerk will double check it to make sure I didn't miss anything. And you'll get a copy of this. So you should be getting released. I wish you good luck.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Havergal.
You're welcome, sir.
I think he'd be released anyways, but just to make sure. Okay. Go to the 9 o'clock calendar. First case we want to call is the interpreter case. Is it the Conseco Baltazar?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine. So my name is Paul Henriksen. I'm the attorney for Eleazar Baltazar Conseco, and we're here on a change of plea. I wasn't able to see whether my client was in the queue. I do see him in the queue now, but I can't tell whether it's, oh, he's got a microphone too. Just wanted to make sure that was activated.
Okay. Okay. All right. And we have an interpreter here in the courtroom that's been previously sworn in, so we're ready to proceed.
Tenemos un intérprete aquí en la corte que previamente ha sido bajo juramento y estamos listos para proceder.
And are you Eleazar Baltazar Conseco?
¿Ustedes Eleazar Baltazar Conseco?
Your Honor, I think we're going to have the interpreter advise him to unmute his microphone or have the clerk do that.
Maybe you can say something. The interpreter could tell him to unmute.
Okay, tenemos que poner el micrófono del intérprete en mudo.
There we go.
Sí, soy Eleazar.
All right. And so I will turn it over to you, Mr. Erickson, to go through introduce us to the plea form.
Le voy a darle tiempo al señor abogado para revisar el formulario.
So once again, for the record, Your Honor, Paul Henriksen appearing on behalf of Mr. Baltazar Conseco, and we are moving forward with a change of plea on an oral amendment by the city on a driver license suspended in the 3rd degree.
Excuse me. Excuse me, interpreter did not get the attorney's name.
It's attorney Paul Henriksen.
Paul Henrys. Señor Honres, soy por el récord, el abogado Paul Henrys está representando al señor Eleazar Baltazar Conseco en cambiar, en el asunto de cambiar declaración to a change of plea.
He's pleading guilty.
Estamos cambiando declaración a una declaración de culpabilidad.
And Your Honor, this is a provisional change of plea to a driving license suspended in the 3rd degree.
Y Y su honores, este es un cambio de provisional de cambiar la declaración a un cargo de manejar con licencia suspendida en tercer grado.
And is the city moving to amend?
City moves to.
Okay.
Y la
city's mo-
ciudad está moviendo para modificar.
Okay, so the original charge of DWS second has been amended to DWS third degree.
So, el primer cargo fue en manejar con licencia suspendida en segundo grado y modificarlo a manejar con licencia suspendida en tercer grado.
No objection to the oral amendment, waive any further formal arraignment, Your Honor, and I'm prepared to go through the colloquy.
No tenemos objeción a la lectura, denegamos la lectura de la alegación.
Mr. Baltazar Canseco, have you had time to read through this plea of guilty form with your attorney and an interpreter?
Señor Baltasar, ¿ha tenido la oportunidad de leer o revisar este cambio de declaración con su abogado y con un intérprete?
Sí,
Yes.
And do you understand by pleading guilty to this charge, you're giving up your constitutional rights that are detailed in the plea form?
¿Y entiende usted que en cambiar su declaración a una declaración de culpabilidad, usted está denegando sus derechos constitucionales?
He accidentally muted himself, Your Honor.
Do you ask him?
Lo
to
puesto
unmute?
en mudo.
sí,
Yes.
And you understand that the maximum penalty for this charge is 90 days in jail and a $1,000 fine?
¿Y usted entiende que la pena máxima es 90 días de encarcelación con $1,000 de multa?
sí,
Yes.
And you understand that there's a recommendation that I don't necessarily have to follow. I could sentence you up to the maximum if I chose to do that.
Y usted entiende que yo no necesito seguir la recomendación y yo puedo imponer una sentencia hasta el máximo.
sí,
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that if you are not a citizen of the United States,
Y también entiende usted que si no es ciudadano de los Estados Unidos,
a plea of guilty to an offense punishable as a crime under state law
que si usted declara culpable a una violación de ley bajo las leyes del Estado,
may be grounds for deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States,
podría ser fundación para deportación o para ser excluido de los Estados Unidos
or denial of naturalization pursuant to the laws of the United States.
o una denegación de admisión de naturalización según las leyes de los Estados Unidos.
sí,
Yes.
All right, so as to the charge of, and I'm sorry, there's a statement at paragraph 11,
There's a statement.
a statement at paragraph 11
Hay una declaración en el párrafo 11
that states on January 13th, 2024 in the city of Yelm,
que dice que el 13 de enero de 2024 en la ciudad de Yelm,
I did operate a motor vehicle while my privilege to drive was suspended
estaba operando un vehículo mientras que mi privilegio de manejar estaba suspendido
pursuant to RCW 4620-342.
según la ley de RCW 47,
4620
46.20
342
342
1C.
1C.
sí,
Yes.
basically what that means is you were suspended, but you were eligible for reinstatement at the time you were driving.
Básicamente, eso dice que estaba manejando con licencia suspendida, pero estaba elegible para una licencia en ese tiempo.
Sí,
Yes.
All right, so as to the charge of driving with license suspended third degree, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Según el cargo de manejar con licencia suspendido en el tercer grado, ¿cómo se declara? ¿Culpable o no culpable?
culpable.
Guilty.
All right, I'll find the plea is made freely and voluntarily.
Voy a encontrar que la declaración está hecho libremente y de su propia voluntad,
No one has threatened harm of any kind to you or any other person to cause you to make the plea.
que nadie le ha amenazado o ha hecho promesas para hacer esa declaración
And no person has made any promises of any kind to cause you to enter the plea.
y ninguna persona le ha hecho ninguna promesa de cualquier tipo para entrar a esa declaración,
Is except as what is set forth in this statement.
aparte de lo que está incluido con la declaración.
All right, I'll now turn to the city for their recommendations as to sentence.
No voy a escuchar a la ciudad para su recomendación de sentencia.
Your Honor, the city asks that you follow the recommendation in the plea.
Su honor es la ciudad pide que siga la recomendación.
Okay, Mr. Hendrickson, anything additional?
Señor Henderson, si tiene algo para añadir.
Your Honor, this is a joint recommendation for no jail and a $250 fine. We'd ask the court to follow that recommendation.
Señor Reyes, esa es una recomendación junta de $250 de multa y estamos pidiendo que la corte siga la recomendación.
All right, and Mr. Baltazar Conseco, anything you would like to add before sentencing?
Señor Baltazar Conseco, ¿hay algo que usted le gustaría añadir antes de imponer la sentencia?
No, es todo. Solo agradezco por todo y solo pido disculpas por porque me pasó eso, porque yo lo hice porque tenía que alimentar a mi familia y no cuento con más familia, por eso lo hice y pido disculpas y es todo.
The interpreter did not get all that, but part of it was that I respect the court and I would like to have the court respect my family and so on. And I asked for forgiveness, and that was part that the interpreter could get.
Fair enough, okay. All right, I'm going to follow the recommendation.
Voy a seguir la recomendación.
Going to impose 90 days in jail. I'll suspend all 90.
Voy a imponer 90 días de encarcelación y suspender todo.
I'll impose a $1,000 fine,
Voy a imponer una multa de $1,000
suspend $750.
y suspender $750.
So you will owe the court $250.
Entonces usted debe a la corte $250.
And will suspend the jail time and the fines
Vamos a suspender el tiempo de encarcelación y las multas
for a period of 12 months
por un periodo de 12 meses
under the following conditions.
bajo las condiciones siguientes.
And those are
Y esos son
no criminal law violations
que no tengan ninguna violación de la ley criminal
and do not drive without a valid license and proof of liability insurance.
y no manejar sin tener licencia válida y también seguros válidos.
You understand those conditions, Mr. Baltazar Conseco?
¿Entiende esas condiciones, señor Baltazar Conseco?
Sí, entiendo.
Okay. Anything else from the parties?
¿Algo más de los partidos?
No, Your Honor.
Es todo.
Is that everything?
Mr. Hendrickson?
I believe that's everything. The only question I've got is how long does my client have to pay the $250?
On the order, it says $25 a month. And he'd have within that 12 months to pay it, but I think it's set up on a time payment of $25 per month.
Dice en la orden que puede hacer pagos de $25 por mes, que podría cumplir y pagar la multa dentro de un año.
Well, Your Honor, thank you for that. We'll make sure the client Just 1 second, Eleazar. Momentito. So we'll make sure, Your Honor, that payment is taken care of. We appreciate the $25 a month. He'll try and pay it off before the 12 months is done.
Gracias, señor Reyes. Vamos a asegurar que él cumple con los pagos antes de los 12 meses.
And I believe that concludes Mr. Baltazar Canseco's matter. Good luck.
Y eso concluye el asunto del señor Baltasar Ramirez Canseco. Y buena
Thank you, Your Honor. Eleazar, you can hang up now. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Your
you
Honor.
very much. Have a good rest of your day, Mr. Interpreter.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Next matter we will call on the 9 o'clock calendar is Lou Florence. Oh, okay, sorry. Mr. Florence, why don't you come up? And we have your attorney online. We'll get to yours next. All right. Mr. White, can you hear us?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. We're here on the Lou Arthur Florence matter, cause number 380774874, here for pretrial on a charge of DUI stemming from November of 2023, and it's got a tracking infraction. What are we doing today?
James White for the defense.
Morning?
Your Honor, we have a rough agreement to enter an SOC for 1 year to reduce the matter to a reckless driving after the 1 year period. Mr. Ratfield and I spoke on the phone. Unfortunately, I didn't take down all the details, and so I've put what I think are the agreement in a document that I reviewed with my client, and hopefully that is what Mr. Ratfield recalls as well as.
Your Honor, I've reviewed the SOC that's in O courts, and it reflects the parties' agreement.
Okay, so we're ready to
Yes.
proceed?
We are.
All right. So you are Lou Florence? All right. Good morning, Mr. Florence. So we're here. You're represented by Mr. White. The court has before it what's called a stipulated order of continuance. Did you have a chance to review that with Mr. White? And did he answer any questions that you have? Okay. And so what this is it's a contract. And to the extent that it's a contract between you and the city. All right. I'm not a party to it. The only time the courts really come into play is if maybe an interpretation issue or something. If, if the city says you violated, your attorney says you didn't, then it might be up to the court to determine whether or not there was a violation. But really the court doesn't, I won't come in and interject my opinion, whether I think the conditions are good, bad, or indifferent. It's an agreement between you and the city. You understand that? Okay. And let me get into it. Okay. And it is a 12-month SOC, which is stipulated order of continuance. And what that means is for cause number 380774874, which is a DUI, it's going to be in this contractual period of time for the next 12 months. You're going to have to do certain things, pay $250 court costs, no criminal law violations, not to drive without valid license and liability insurance. You're not to drive or be in physical control of a vehicle with alcohol concentration above 0.08 or a THC level above 5 nanograms per milliliter. Now, no alcohol-related offenses. You're not to refuse to submit to any breath test upon request. Law enforcement, you're not to refuse any drug or alcohol test upon request of the court probation or treatment providers, and you keep your address up to speed with the court. And you are to obtain an alcohol evaluation within 90 days and comply with any treatment that's required. And last but not least, you're to complete a victim's impact panel. Does that sound about right? Yeah. Okay. Mr. White, does that sound right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ratfield, does that sound right?
It does, Your Honor.
Okay. So Mr. Florence, do you have any questions for your attorney before we go forward? Okay. All right. Well, based on the fact that you are represented by counsel, your counsel and the prosecutor have discussed this in detail, it sounds like. Sounds like a reasonable resolution. I will sign this order. And you can talk to Mr. White about making sure everything gets complied with, proof gets sent to the court, things get paid, and all that kind of stuff. And then will we be giving him a return date? Does he get a return date? Okay, so as long as you're in compliance at the end of 12 months, you don't have to come back. And it'll automatically occur. What'll happen is the charge of DUI will automatically be amended, give or take April 25th in 2025, and you won't have to come back. If you're not in compliance, like this morning at 8:15, there were several people on for non-compliance for these exact type of agreements. So if you stay in compliance, you don't have to come back. All right?
I've pretty much done everything.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Florence, Your Honor, we did file this morning. He has been assessed. We just filed that. He did a 3-month program. He's completed that. The assessment also did recommend alcohol drug information school. That was filed. The only thing that seems lacking, I don't know if he's done it, we just don't have the documentation, is the DUI victims panel.
Okay, sounds good. Perfect. You're moving forward. And what are we doing with the infraction? It was on for
Well,
it was
yeah.
on for mitigation.
Okay, then
And then Mr. White, we have,
city's not taking a position. on
okay,
the
we have
infraction.
the headlamps. It's on, the infraction was on for mitigation.
Your Honor, we don't really have a good excuse, so I don't know what you normally charge for that.
The ticket itself is, let's see. I don't think I have it. Okay, what I can do is I'll knock it down to $100.
We appreciate that, Your Honor.
Down from 145 to 100. Do I need to sign an order? Can you just do that administratively? Okay, we did an infraction disposition, amending it from 140 to 100 to 100. Okay, all right. Anything else from Mr. Florence's matter?
Not from the defense.
All right, Mr. White, thank you. Mr. Florence, you're going to get a copy of this order at the window. Make sure you pick it up before you go and stay in touch with Mr. White if there's any questions. All right. good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a nice day.
You too. Oh, go to the right. You're gonna go to that window. Yep, take care. Okay, next matter, Christopher Robinson. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Robinson.
Morning.
All right, and what are we doing? Mr. Robinson's here on cause number 4A00353881. Allegation of assault 4th degree alleged to have occurred on March 6th, 2024. What are we doing with Mr. Robinson's case today?
And Your Honor, this is defense code uploaded to the courts, a defense code continuing to be June 6th, date at 9 a.m. and attached thereto is a speedy trial waiver. One of the things I've noted is that the defense has yet to obtain discovery in this case. That will give us time to review discovery and hopefully have a better grasp of the case by then.
Okay, any objection from the city?
No objection from the city.
Okay, all right, Mr. Robinson, I'm going to sign those documents here in just a second. I got a motion to continue. We're going to reset this matter to June 6th at 9 a.m. Stay in touch with your attorney. There's also a speedy trial waiver that restarts speedy trial effective June 6th. So the last allowable date for trial will be September 4th of 2024 if we get there. Understand that?
Yes,
Okay. All right. I've signed the order and stay in touch with your counsel and we'll see you back here on the 6th. We'll get you a copy of that at the window. Okay. Good luck to you. We back on? Back on the record, we're gonna go over the, was it 815s? Warrants. First one, John Robert Appleby, cause number 2A00127884. Charge of theft third. Is he in custody? No?
I
Looks
don't,
like he looks like
I
he got a
don't think
felony
so. I
violation.
think it would have been noted.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It's now 9:45. Mr. Appleby has failed to, and he's not appearing via Zoom. He's also not appeared in person. What would the city recommend a warrant amount?
Yep, city moves to have a warrant issued in the amount of 1,000 cash or bond.
Okay, looking at Mr. Appleby's history, he's got a fair amount of history. We'll go $1,000 cash or bond. And I don't need to do anything on that, right? That's just you. Okay. And next case is Christopher Christopher James Jackson Jr., cause number 1A0191007, date of violation October 18th, 2021 for a sentence compliance hearing to theft third and criminal trespass second degree. Has an FTA from June, FTA from March, and has new law violations.
City makes the same motion for Mr. Jackson, 1,000 cash or bond.
Question, in this jurisdiction, is there like an amount that will trigger him being booked? Or is it, because I know in some jurisdictions, if it's less than like 2,500, they won't book him. Right. Okay. All right, we'll go $1,000 cash or bond on Mr. Christopher James Jackson. We dealt with Selena Menish. Next one was Eduardo Pineda Cortez. Cause number 3A0742801, driving under the age of 21 after consuming alcohol or cannabis. Date of violations October 14th, 2023. No proof of AAO and what's AAO? Oh, okay. And then okay. And then, and the victim's impact panel. Mr. Pineda Cortez has failed to appear. What's the city's?
City recommends 2,500 cash or bond.
Okay. All right, $2,500 cash or bond based on failure to appear. We dealt with Strobel and Tipton. Jason Tipton, cause number 3A0107827, compliance review on an SOC, loitering drug-related activity from July 30th of 2023.
City's not taking any action on this matter. I see that just $100 is owing
Right
at the end of the SOC. All other conditions were complied with.
Okay, the city wants to close then?
Close. Yeah.
All right, so based on the city's request and motion, we'll go ahead and waive the final 100, or would we hold the $100 or would we close it just and leave the $100 due and owing? Okay, then we'll waive the $100 and close. That completes the 8:15 calendar. And then we had both folks, because they were in custody, on the 8:30s. And we had everybody show up on the 9s, and we're at the 9:45s. You here for a 9:45? No. Okay. All right. So we've got one individual at 9:45. Give him a few minutes. All right, we're back on the calendar. We'll call the 9:45 calendar very quickly. There was one individual named Garrett Lovell Coleman. Had three cause numbers on the docket. One was for arraignment, two were compliance for diversions. Is there a Mr. Garrett Coleman present? Hearing no response in the courtroom and not believing there's any response via Zoom. City like to issue a warrant on Mr. Coleman?
Do we need to issue one, or are there already outstanding warrants?
1918 is the compliance diversion. Okay, so do we? Okay, all right, just leave the warrants in place, note the non-appearance, please. All right, that'll bring us to the 10 o'clock calendar. We have, Mr. Haverko, we have one private attorney present for the 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
We're
take
gonna
that matter now,
those.
Judge. You bet.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Tuninga again. Okay, all righty. Brody Allen Bennett, cause number 380271241 on here on for pretrial for a DUI. What are we doing with Mr. What's our intentions today?
6 date at 10 a.m. There's also a speedy trial waiver attached with commencement date of June 6th. For the prosecution, however, the paperwork didn't make it quite accommodate that. Therefore, we're just setting this over so that we can accommodate it.
Okay, any objection from the city?
No objection.
All right, noting council's attendance, like we're gonna continue this matter June 6th, 10 a.m. There's a speedy trial waiver that's been executed. Say no objection from the state or from the city, and I'll sign the order.
Thank you.
Okay, next matter.
Next.
What do we do with Ms. Connor today?
I think, motion to continue, Your Honor, June 6th, this time at 9 a.m. This time the continuance ongoing negotiation treatment investigation. There is a speedy trial waiver attached with June 6th, the commencement date, expiration of September.
All right, any objection from the city?
No objection.
All right, this is Allison Connor, cause number 380220395 and cause number 380859232. Charges of DUI and hit and run attended. Based on the city's agreement, we'll go ahead and continue this matter, continue both of these matters to June 6th at 9 a.m. I'll sign that order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Last. Davis. Had his windshield broken. Not able to make it to court. Last time he came before, he was to come before the court, he had COVID, so it's just been a very horrible.
All right. Look,
We do have a
a
resolution.
I saw the disposition. Okay, any objection from the city?
No objection from the city.
All right, continue this matter to May 23rd, 2024 at 9 a.m. for dispo. And I will sign that order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Those are my only matters.
All right, great. Have a good rest of your day.
You as well, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Haverko. All right, the calendar is yours.
Thanks, Mr. Bingaman.
I guess I'll say the calendar is yours and Mr. Bingaman's. All right, good morning, Mr. Bingaman. You're here on, I won't go through each cause number. We're here for several matters. Several on for pre-trial, all of them on for pre-trial. Mr. Haverko, what are we doing today?
Just trying to. Okay, here we go. There we go. Go ahead and sign it. So, all these matters come before the court for a pretrial, so, we have a global agreement here. He's going to, enter a plea to, item number 6, which is, criminal trespass second degree. He's also going to enter a plea to item number 7, which is a criminal trespass second degree. And on item number 8, he's going to enter a plea to count 3, amended to hit and run unattended vehicle. And then upon the court's acceptance of those pleas, the city will be moving then to dismiss item numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, and counts 1 and 2 on item number 8, and also item number 9.
Okay.
It's a lot to keep track of.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
All right, and you are Kevin P. Bingaman? All right, Mr. Bingaman. So it's gonna take a second to kind of go
Yeah.
through this. So, I have before me a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to cause number 4A0026209, 4A019, 4A0026209, which is a charge of no valid operating license without identification. 4A0194398, which is the no valid operating license without identification. 4A0098297, which is a criminal trespass second degree. 4A0049422, which is a charge of theft of motor vehicle fuel. 4A0107084, which is a charge of no valid operating license without identification and failure to transfer title and hit and run attended. Would I understand it be amended to hit and run unattended?
Correct.
4A0098239, which is a criminal trespass second degree. 3A0666957, which is harassment and displaying a weapon. And 3A0796772, which is no valid operating license without identification. And several of these are going to be dismissed. Some of these are going to be pled to. Do you understand that? But those are the cases we're dealing with. And the recommendation at this point is dismissal of 4A0026209. Dismissal of 4A0194398. Dismissal of 4A0049422. Dismissal of 4A0107084. And then amending a 4A0107084 to the hit and run unattended, and then a dismissal of 3A066957. And dismissal of 3A06669, I said 957, that's listed. Oh, that was the second count, both counts dismissed. And, excuse me, 3A0796772, dismissal. All right, so what I'm gonna do here, Mr. Bingaman, is I'm gonna go through the plea form as it relates to the charges that we're pleading guilty to. Do you understand that? Is that right? Okay. So in this plea form, have you had time to go over this with Mr. Haverco? And what's your last level of education? Okay. And did Mr. Haverco read this to you, or did you read it yourself, or kind of a combination of both? Both. And he answered any questions that you have? Okay. So, at paragraph 5 in this plea form, there's a number of constitutional rights. You understand that if I accept your pleas, just these certain charges, you're giving up those constitutional rights as it relates to each charge. And the maximum penalty for criminal trespass second degree in this case is 90 days in jail with a $1,000 fine. The maximum penalty for hit and run unattended is 90 days in jail and a $1,000 fine. And the maximum penalty for criminal trespass in the second degree is 90 days in jail with a $1,000 fine. Those are what are called misdemeanors. You understand that there's a recommendation contained in here. I don't have to sentence you consistent with the recommendation. I could sentence you up to the maximum on each of these. And you still want to move forward? Okay. Paragraph 11 says, on January 5th, 2024, I knowingly and unlawfully entered Safeway property in violation of previous no trespass notice. Is that your statement? Okay, so as to the charge of criminal trespass second degree that alleged to have occurred on January 5th, 2024 in the city of Yelm, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? Next statement is on or about February 28th, 2024, I knowingly and unlawfully entered Nisqually Plaza property in violation of a previous no trespass notice. As to the charge of criminal trespass alleged to have occurred on February 28th, 2024, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? And last statement is, looks like on February 3rd, 2024, you struck another vehicle causing damage and you left the scene of the accident without providing or leaving your license and insurance and contact information as required by law. Is that your statement? So as to the charge of hit and run, originally charged as attended, amended to hit, and is the city making a motion to amend to unattended?
Yes, Your Honor.
And accepting the motion of hit and run to, from attended to unattended, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? All right. As to those three causes, I will find you're entering the plea knowingly and voluntarily. No one's threatened any harm to you or anyone else to cause you to enter plea, and no one made any promises except as what's recommended in the sentence or in the statement of defendant on plea of guilty. So I'll enter pleas to the criminal trespass second degree, hit and run unattended, and criminal trespass second degree. Are we doing sentencing today?
We are.
Okay. Based on the acceptance of those pleas, is the city moving to dismiss the cause numbers I went through previously?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, sign that judgment and sentence, and we're gonna move to sentencing today? Correct?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Ratfield, I hear from the city.
Well, Your Honor, city just asks that Your Honor follows the recommendation in the plea.
All right. Mr. Haverco.
Well, it's hope that eventually somehow Mr. Bingman can get licensed, and he's running into the challenge of also having been trespassed in a number of places that even if he's not otherwise causing trouble, it's not a defense, but he's kind of in the situation where he's been trespassed in a lot of properties and so winds up, getting himself in situations where you know, it's a trespass. These were, again, it doesn't excuse it, but these are trespasses where he wasn't involved in any other kind of criminality, and essentially it's a crime of, you know, status. And so my hope is that he can, you know, figure out just try to be a little more conscientious and not being where he's not supposed to be. And, you know, I think hopefully he's learning something from this. So I asked the court to follow the recommendation, which is suspended jail time. And I did put in a fine. I did ask him about whether or not he's able to pay towards the court fee. He does, he believes he can. So normally we assess like maybe a $250 court fee. It's listed as $300, and I think the idea was it's 3 different incidents on 3 dates, 3 different cause numbers, and so that's where that number comes from.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bingaman, anything you'd like to add before sentencing? Okay, so the charges we're dealing with today stem from October 29th of 2023 to February 25th of 2024. Has there been anything, Madam Clerk, I don't have Jabs pulled up. Has there been anything does he have anything pending after February 25th of 2024? Do you have any charges pending since February 25th? What changed? Okay. So I think what we have, Mr. Bingaman, is the misunderstanding of what is you describe as police harassing you.
Then it gets to a point of when they're out.
The crime. But you're a nuisance.
Huh?
You're a nuisance. You're somebody that's committing crimes all the time. Whether you might describe them as minor or, you know, why are they doing this? And it's because you're committing crimes all the time. You're going to places you're not supposed to go. You know you're not supposed to go to these places, right? The Safeway, the Plaza.
Well, I did not.
Okay, well, you know now.
Yes, I thought.
Right. So let me tell you what I think. Anything else you'd like to add? Okay. So I think the issue here is this. I'm going to follow the recommendation because it's a recommendation between the parties and they've negotiated. I'm a pro tem judge sitting here. I'm not the regular judge. I don't see this as harassment. I see this as the police trying to deal with a problem. And quite frankly, I'm amazed you don't have any jail time you've served on this, because in other cities where I work, you would have been taken in, you'd have all kinds of jail time under your belt. I mean, the allegation, it was dismissed, but your allegation is you're stealing gas. Okay. We have an allegation that was dismissed of harassment, displaying a weapon, you know. No valid operating license without identification is a crime, whether you like it or not. Criminal trespass is a crime, whether you like it or not. Hit and run attended is a crime. It's been amended to unattended, which is still a crime. And I'm gonna tell you what, if you know, if you continue to sort of perceive this as harassment by the police, this is probably gonna end with you in custody. And if I'm the judge sitting here, I'm gonna hold you because you get out and you just keep violating the law. And if you can stop violating the law, we won't have any issues. And you won't have any issues with the police. And I think that's fantastic. And I'm gonna give you a little bit of the benefit of the doubt for that, because that's why I'm kind of wondering what changed, what magically changed. And if it's your sort of internal belief that, well, you know, I mean, I get it. You know, when I was 17 years old, my buddies and I went fishing. And we came back with about $1,000 worth of tickets because we didn't have fishing licenses. We had barbed hooks, we had beer, probably didn't have any life preservers, blah, blah, blah. And I remember coming back in and I was complaining to someone, you know, all we wanted to do was go fishing. And I remember my father said to me, you know what your problem is, Chris? And I said, what? He goes, you're breaking the law all the time. And he was right. And I was irritated because I'm like, all the cops, you know, why were these cops harassing my buddies and I? Because we were just trying to have a good time fishing. We weren't really causing any problems, but we were breaking the law. And once I realized that, it changed my mentality that these guys are just doing their jobs that they're paid to do. And they weren't targeting me and my buddies. My buddies were making it easy for them to to contact us because we were breaking the law all the time. And I think that's the mentality you maybe need to switch here a little bit, because you've got a lot of jail time hanging over your head. And I, like I said, I'm not going to speak for anyone else other than myself, but if you came back in here with a bunch of new law violations, first thing I'd do is sentence you to the suspended jail time. And, you know, you know, I think that's the best money the city can pay, quite frankly. In the other courts where I work, where I prosecute, it's the best money the cities have ever spent, because we can get people into custody and it starts giving them a penalty if they violate. So I just want to make sure you know that, where I'm coming from. So I'm going to follow the recommendation. I'm going to impose 90 days in jail on each count, suspend all 90 days, impose $1,000 on each, we'll suspend $900 on each. So it's $100, $300 total, $100 per offense. Jurisdiction will be for 24 months. Following conditions, which are very simple: comply with any stay away orders, don't steal, don't drive without a valid license and insurance, and don't commit any other criminal law violations. If you can do that, you know, work on moving forward, and that'll be a good start. All right. Okay. Mr. Haverco, did I miss anything?
I don't think so. I'm just waiting to, oh, here we go.
All right,
Just
Mr.
waiting
Ratfield,
for his
anything that I missed?
Opportunity to submit my signature there.
Okay.
And let's see, Mr. Bingaman, go ahead.
And I'm gonna sign this right now. So
Go ahead and
just-
sign it. Yeah.
Are you signing it now?
Yeah, Mr. Bingaman is signing right now, and I've
Okay.
signed, so. Good. There we go.
Clerk, I'm gonna sign, you just make sure I checked all the boxes. Oh, here we go. Okay, Mr. Bingham, I've signed the order and good luck to you. All right.
Does he go to the police department to get a?
Yes.
Yeah. Ms. Brass?
Who do we have here?
This is Deanna Brass on the 11 o'clock calendar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's with Mr. Bingham, that's why. That's why.
All right, what do we do with Ms. Brass this morning?
Comes before the court on pretrial matters and parties have reached an agreement. It's her intention on entering a plea to the theft on item number 3, case number ending in the 431, and then also the criminal trespass second, item number 4, case ending in 240. Upon the court's acceptance of those pleas, city will move to dismiss the theft of motor vehicle fuel. Item number 2 ending in 423. And I've reviewed the plea form with her and we're ready to proceed.
All right, and you are Deanna Brass? All right, good morning. Ms. Brass, what's your level of education? The reason I ask, there's a spot in the form I need to fill out with that. So you've had a chance to go over this plea form with Mr. Haverko? And did he read it to you or did you read it yourself? Okay, did he answer all the questions that you have about it? Okay, and do you feel like you had enough time to go over it with him? All right. So my understanding is we'll be pleading guilty to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree under 4A0049431 and a count of criminal trespass 2nd degree under 4A0098240. And upon acceptance of those pleas, the city be moving to dismiss a charge of theft of motor vehicle fuel under 4A0049423. Is that your understanding? All right. So paragraph 5 of this plea form contains a number of constitutional rights. You understand those rights? And you understand by pleading guilty to the 2 counts that we discussed, you're giving up those rights? And you understand that the criminal trespass 2nd degree is what's known as a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is 90 days in jail with a $1,000 fine. Theft 3rd is a little different. It's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is 364 days in jail with a $5,000 fine. You understand there's a agreed recommendation here. I don't necessarily have to follow. I could sentence you up to the maximum. Okay. Paragraph 11 states, in the city of Yelm on January 5th, 2024, I knowingly and unlawfully entered Safeway property after having been previously trespassed from the property. Is that your statement? So as to the charge of criminal trespass alleged to have occurred on January 5th, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? And on February 25th, your statement is, I knowingly and unlawfully took merchandise from Safeway without paying for it and with intent to provide Safeway of the merchandise. Is that your statement? And as to the charge of theft in the 3rd degree alleged to have occurred on February 25th, 2024, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? All right, I find both of your pleas are made knowingly and voluntarily. No one's made any threats of harm or any other kind to cause you to enter the plea, and no one's made any promises other than what's set forth in the statement. Is the city moving to dismiss
City moves to dismiss.
4A0049423? I'll grant that motion. And are we moving to sentencing today?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second to get up to speed. Okay, I've signed the judgment set, or the statement on plea of guilty. Mr. Ratfield, I heard from the city first.
Yes, Your Honor, city just asked that Your Honor follows the recommendation in the statement of plea.
All right, Mr. Haverko.
Same statement, Judge. Just ask the court to follow the recommendation.
Okay. And Ms. Brass, you don't have to say anything, but anything you'd like to add before sentencing? Okay. All right, so I'm not going to go through, Ms. Brass, I don't know what your thoughts are in terms of Mr. Bingham's comments, but, I'm not going to go through that again. You need to change your ways. Was there any restitution from the Safeway theft?
I think, didn't they recover the merchandise?
Did they recover it? Okay.
I believe so.
All right, obviously you're trespassed from there. I'll follow the recommendation, gonna impose 90 days on the criminal trespass, which is the safe way, 90 days in jail, 90 days all suspended, $1,000 fine, $1,000 suspended for a period of 12 months. Dismissing cause number 480049423, which is theft of a motor vehicle. Fuel. And then under cause number 480049431, I'm gonna find you guilty, impose a sentence of 364 days in jail. I'm gonna suspend for now all 364 days for a period of 12 months. Impose a $5,000 fine, suspend $5,000 of that fine. Gonna impose a probation monitoring fee of $250. The jail time is gonna be suspended, and you can pay $25 a month on that, beginning May 25th. The conditions of your suspended time will be you're to appear at all timely hearings, no criminal law violations, and you're not to have any you're to abide by all, stay away orders, anything like that. Make sense? I'm just gonna put, do not go on the property of Safeway, even though you've already been trespassed. I'm gonna add that on this as one of the affirmative conditions. Okay, Brass, I've signed the order. Good luck to you. All right, you'll get a copy of the order at the sheriff's, at the police window. You want to call the calendar, Mr. Haverhill?
Yeah.
I'll call the calendar, George.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just don't know if you do it, if I
No,
do it. Mr. Rep-
I kind of do. it.
That's okay.
Yeah. Demetria Dodson.
All right, this is Demetria. Is she on the 10
Yeah.
o'clock?
To get a report.
Is she on 10 o'clock? All right, this is Demetria.
Yes. Number 13 on page.
Got it. Cause number 480095392, charge of step third from February 29th, 2024. Ms. Dotson's present. What are we doing with Ms. Dotson today?
So matter comes for the court for a pretrial hearing, and in reviewing the police report, it refers to some kind of supplemental report. I emailed the city, so we're asking the court to accept a speedy trial waiver to reset it in the ordinary course, so there's enough time to get all the discovery there might be. And,
Okay, yeah. Any objection from the city?
Certainly not an objection from the city.
Okay. All right, Ms. Dotson, I'm gonna sign an order here. What date are we looking at? Sure. So your next court date is gonna be June 6th at 10 a.m. All prior conditions remain in effect. We're gonna give you a copy of this in just a second. I'm sorry, it's June 6th at 11 a.m. Is that right? Okay, yeah, June 6th at 11 a.m. All prior conditions remain in effect. Stay in contact with Mr. Haverco. And we'll go from there. All right, yep, good luck to you.
Brett Wynn.
Brett Wynn, good morning, Mr. Wynn. Good morning. Charge of, this is cause number 480159754, charge of driving with suspended license, first degree operated motor vehicle without ignition interlock.
Go ahead and sign it. We're executing a rather lengthy speedy trial waiver. We're hoping that maybe there's some possibility with some kind of early reinstatement hearing, we might be able to create some chance of getting licensed maybe. So who wants to at least, try?
Any objection from the city?
No objection. from the
What's,
city.
what are we looking at in terms of putting it out? How far?
Well, we probably don't want to set things out 6 months, because that's a pretty long time. So I would just suggest setting it out 90 days and just to kind of have a status, call and just see kind of where we're at.
Okay. So looks like,
Oh, what do I need to do? It says error? It says errors found fixed before resubmitting? Do I check something like that? Okay, sorry about
so he's definitely a habitual traffic event.
that. Yeah, it looks like it's from,
It's
I was looking at his
May of
GOL.
2020 was the issue.
Yeah, I was looking at the GOL transcript among other things. Looks like it may be a felony eluding charge. But I don't know, it says, end date is indefinite, which I assume that it's not literal.
Right.
But I don't know at what point in time. He thinks he might be able to get some kind of potential reinstatement hearing in October.
Well, I'll let you, you should probably deal with
Yeah,
Mr.
so,
Hunt.
so anyway, that's
Okay,
trying to see what he can do.
okay. So Mr. Nguyen, and are ready for me to sign?
Put your.
All right, Mr. Nguyen, we're gonna reset your matter to July 18th, 2024 at 10 a.m. So obviously that's a fairly lengthy continuance, and the biggest problem with those kind of continuances sometimes is if you commit additional crimes in the interim. So all prior conditions remain in effect. You're not to drive without a valid license and insurance, all right? So work on getting your license back, work with Mr. Haverko, stay in touch with him. And hopefully we can get you back your license. Yep.
Good luck. Mr. Cahill, why don't you come on up? So this is Mr. Cahill Williams. He's on the 11 o'clock calendar. What we've been doing, just for your honor's information, what we've been doing on these cases is there's still the potential of a resolution. But the court has wanted to see some sort of DV treatment related progress as part of an argument to either rescind or modify the no contact order. Does your honor have the it's an April 24 letter from the Department of the Army?
I see that.
So we would, to be, candid with the court, I mean, I think probably what Judge Meyer would want to see is, I think what the idea has been is some sufficient progress, in his domestic violence treatment. This letter signifies though that he is engaged. And it says this clinic is recommending an amendment to the protection order, and it's talking about there's some family stress with regard to, you have 3 kids, don't you? Yeah. You have 3 children, and it's not a defense issue. It's just that, we have a family dynamic situation as well, and childcare issues, and it's quite difficult for this to remain in effect as is. So we'd ask the court to consider some kind of amendment or change, if of course not willing to maybe rescind the order, I would renew a motion to rescind the order. I'm not sure what the city's position is on this, but I would ask that be lifted if possible, so they can have contact. And I think there's already, I assume, as far as orders for his conditions of release, as Judge Meyer will typically say, have no hostile contact, that type of thing. So I would ask the court to, consider that. And it took him a little while to get engaged with the Army, just because of I guess there's the backlog. You can't just necessarily get into the program immediately, but he had applied to get into the program fairly early on. And he has been real cooperative with me and the court insofar as trying to make efforts to do what he's supposed to do.
Has been or has not been?
He has been.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, you just advised he's on week 12 of week 26, so he's,
Okay, so what's the current status? Is there no contact order in place? What does it say? 'Cause I see there was a motion back in December. What's the current no contact order say?
and the letter indicates his clinic lead, Sergeant Cahill Williams, has demonstrated enough treatment progress to be given parenting time with his son. Ray Sennis will provide relief to his wife. So, it sounds like there is progress. They're trying to work towards the goal of family reunification. But, they also indicate towards the end, they have some cautions as well. So I don't know if there's some way to
Well, so back in December 2023 at arraignment, an order was entered, have no hostile contact with Haley Neville. Is that the extent of the order? Oh. He's, yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. All right. So, Mr. Mr. Ratfield, have you seen the letter from?
I have your.
Okay, and this is basically, and I just looked at the order, and the order doesn't deal with the children, but it also doesn't allow for any contact or exchange of the children, right? Which is a little surprising. So,
I don't think that was necessarily purely intentional. I think sometimes orders are just drafted in a way that it's without always thinking of every contingency. But I think at a minimum, it would be probably quite helpful if maybe some contact were allowed so that they could do some child exchanges. And
So what I'll get the city's opinion on this, but I've got this letter from the Department of Army. It sounds like he's halfway through your treatment program with them. Looks like he's doing well. The recommendation from the family advocacy program is that the no contact order, it looks like there was a motion, there was a request by Ms. Neville to lift the no contact order back in December. I'm not willing to do that, and this family advocacy program is not recommending that, but they are recommending that Mr. Cahill Williams be given the ability to have some parenting time with his son, which would then have the collateral effect of giving some respite to his wife. who's under some stress from this situation. So what I'm inclined to do, I guess I'll get the city's opinion on this, is what I'm inclined to do is modify the no contact order to allow contact for exchange of the children. That doesn't mean you can go home. That doesn't mean you live in the same house, but would allow contact for exchange. You could email or text to discuss the children and exchanging the children. You could meet at a neutral place to exchange the children for, I guess, and this is not a family court, but for exchange of the children purposes only. Think that'd be clear enough for the police? So their contact to allow to discuss and exchange the children, they've got to be able to, I mean, is there a third party that could coordinate that? Do you have family around?
I mean, could the court allow expressly, for purposes of discussion of child exchanges, at least telephone contact?
I'm fine with that. But
Okay.
then they've got to be able to out
Right.
the kids. Is that Grayson? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I understand. I have no third-party contact for discuss the children and parenting issues. But we've got to be able to exchange.
Right.
And the city would offer an exchange take place in any public location, maybe just anywhere but the home or any private residence.
But that's a good suggestion.
Contact for exchange of the children purposes only. Okay, you're right. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we'll work on that, and then the request is to continue the, Mr. Haverko, then the request is to continue the case itself.
Yes. And the hope is that soon he'll have a more, direct recommendation to potentially, lift the order.
Well, if you're
That's-
staying
that's the
treatment, they
hope.
will.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, okay.
You want to continue it 2 weeks? I guess he just wants to continue it 2 weeks. Yeah. Well, that's,
So we've got an order on motion,
Simon.
to modify no contact order to allow childcare exchange. I'm gonna add to it a little bit. Okay. In public place. And allow, electronic communication for purposes of childcare. Modify no contact or allow childcare exchange in public place and allow electronic communication for purposes of childcare related issues. Good?
Yeah.
Agree with that? City okay with that?
It's okay.
Okay, and then allow telephone contact to discuss childcare exchanges only. Exchange of children must be in a public place only. Good, okay. Sign that. And do we need to put that on a formal amendment of the no contact order, or will this be sufficient? We're gonna reset this matter to May 9th at 10 a.m., so I'll sign that order. Yes, yep.
sign one more thing, but not yet. It's not ready for, it's not. He's working. Yeah. Just let me know when I. She's just working on the modified. We could sign it while she's working. Yeah. Yep. Okay. 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 Go ahead. All right, I've signed that updated no contact order. Make sure you keep a copy of that with you, Mr. Cahill, because sometimes it takes a few days to get into the system. All right, we'll see you back here on May. What did we say, May 9th? May 9th, all right, and stay in touch with Mr. Havrick.
At 10 a.m., correct?
You're gonna get a copy of the order, but I think it's 10 a.m. Yep, good luck to you. I was looking at it, I think I signed. Saw that, yep, on Zoom. They on the 11 o'clock. Mr. Haverco, if you need a minute, we have a
No,
couple of
I'm
projects.
actually, we can take this matter right now.
Okay, who we got?
This is Mr. Simmons. And, let's see, we're on the, I think it's the 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock calendar?
Yeah, Mark, he's
Simmons.
item number 13. Yeah, and, not sure if the court wants a waiver. He's gonna seek private counsel. Well, I guess based on that, because I don't think he would have any objection. He and I talked about this. He's a chiropractor. So, I would just make a motion to withdraw, and his
Okay.
intention is to.
Okay,
just get-
probably this was the, date was March 3rd.
We could do a waiver if we need.
Yeah,
it.
we probably need a waiver.
Okay, all right.
Sorry,
Mark
Oh, this
Simmons
is,
on the 11
Mr.
o'clock.
Simmons on the, 11 o'clock. We can do a waiver here. Not a big deal. housekeeping. It's like O courts is not working very speedy for me. I don't know
Same.
why it is to it. It's just annoying. Uh, So we've now submitted a speedy trial waiver motion to continue in Oak Courts. And then based on Mr. Simmons' representations, I would probably just, again, renew my motion to withdraw.
Yeah, we'll grant it, and
Yeah.
grant it. Just, I guess, just note on the docket that Haverco's been withdrawn.
Yeah.
All right, as soon as I get into O courts, I will sign this order, and I'm in. And so, Mr. Simmons, your next case, you're gonna hire private counsel. Your next court date's gonna be May 23rd, 2024 at 9 AM. Through June 6th. Yeah. And that's, don't need to change anything else, just the date. Oh, I'm out. Yep. Can I get back in? Okay, next. What? It didn't change. Let me
Every
get
time
out.
I try to leave the document, it says leaving. Why is it doing that?
Yeah, let me try that one. Okay, next court date's gonna be June 6th, 2024 at 9 AM. And I'll sign that order. Mr. Haverco can direct you where to go. Okay. That's all. Good luck to you. Yep.
Yeah, just get a copy. Okay. Yeah. Hey, that's okay. You're welcome. Now I can't get into the calendar. Do I need to close the browser and open up here? Oh, I think I did it in 1954. So Fidel Rodriguez. Come on up, Fidel. He has 3 matters before the court. One's an infraction on the suspended driving third. I think the city is just going to amend to no valid operator's license with ID, $150. He'll make an admission to that. I'm not, same thing probably on the motorcycle endorsement. And then I believe the city is going to dismiss the assault fourth degree charge.
Okay, you are Fidel Adrian Rodriguez. All right, good morning. Get to the. $10 docket. So is there any? We have 3 matters. We have pretrial on the DWS third, and then the assault 4. What are we doing on this?
So on the suspended driving third, city is going to amend it to no valid operator's license with ID.
You guys do that on the record?
Yeah, he'll just,
Okay,
Oh, thank you. But yeah, city moves to amend it.
and how much of a fine?
150.
Any objection?
no,
Okay, all right, DWS third will be amended to NVO with ID, $150 fine. What about the no motorcycle endorsement mitigation?
Make admission, $150 fine.
$150 infraction penalty on the no motorcycle endorsement and the assault fourth degree.
Dismissed on the city's motion.
City moves.
Okay. Do I need to fill out anything? Do I need to sign anything for those? Okay.
There are no contact order that needs to be sent on that.
Mr. Hatfield, with or without president, with or without prejudice?
Without.
All right, I've signed. Sign the infraction disposition form. And I'll sign the order of dismissal. Okay, I've signed both those orders.
Thank you, Judge.
Good luck to you, Mr. Rodriguez.
That's it. Yeah, just pick up your paperwork from the police department. Let's see. And I need to speak with, I haven't spoken to her yet, but Lilia and Shivyev, item number 1 on the 11 o'clock, she's here, but I need to actually meet with her.
Okay.
We can call item number 8 on the 11 o'clock calendar. That's Crystal Dieter.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Teacher. What are we doing with Ms. Teacher? Is it
Uh,
Dieter?
I'm
Is
gonna
that
have her
pronounced correctly?
sign a speedy
Dieter?
trial waiver. We've been.
Dieter. Sorry, Mr. Iverco, what are we doing with our case?
Just trying to trying to get the. Gosh, is this? It's a cookie problem? Is that what it? This is. Well, because it.
Mr. Ratfield is,
Yeah, it's Chrome.
Mr. Dilly over at Wasana.
Yeah. Oh, did you, am I bumped down?
Is that this week?
You what?
Is that
Oh.
this week?
Yeah, you did?
He's
Oh,
out.
it's okay.
No,
He
I was,
did.
I was asking you, is
Oh,
the
It's
Wasana?
this week, yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
Oh, okay.
I just got back from vacation Monday, so I've been gone for a couple weeks, and so I just didn't want to come back and immediately go back.
We went last year. I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
more about it.
I go once a year.
Mhm. Cause what, there's 2? Yeah.
Spring and fall.
Does that mean I'll have to relog in then? It'll forget my.
They're giving Mr. Svoboda the
Okay.
Osama's equivalent
Give
of
it a try.
lifetime achievement award. I'm sorry I'm
Okay.
missing that.
Yeah, it lost my. No, okay, it's in another spot. Okay. Let's see. Is it gonna remember? Oh, okay. Looks like it. It looks like it's churning. Okay. Let's see. So that was on 11 o'clock. Okay. Progress. Okay. Okay, getting to the motion here. Please bring up the motion. Oh, Okay, yeah, I'm just about at the signature spot, okay. Ms. Dieter, go ahead and sign. So, and she is now signing the proposed speedy trial waiver, and, again, we're working on a resolution, and, she has a CDL and drives a school bus, and city and we're trying to come up with something.
Okay. And what date are we continuing it to?
It's just ordinary course.
Madam Clerk, do you want to fill that in?
No. This time it's saying, oh, you want to leave the document, you want to leave the site, your selections may not be saved.
I think you're good to go. She signed it, you've signed it.
Yeah.
We've got the, yep,
Okay.
next date's gonna be
Okay.
June 6th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Stay in contact with Mr. Haverco, and all prior conditions remain in effect, all right? All right,
Sure.
I've signed it.
Yeah, you bet.
Good luck.
So let's see if I have anybody else ready. I don't think I
The
actually.
last two on the 10 a.m. are Cameron Morrison and Christopher Shea.
Yeah, let's address those. I must have had, I know I must have had some contact with Mr. Morrison because I wouldn't have had a speedy trial waiver prepared in Oak Courts had I not talked to him. I'm not sure, don't have any information as to why he's not here though.
Well, we can always, why don't you go talk to who you need to talk to, and then we can call the folks
Okay.
online. We'll deal with those at the end of the document.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah. let's do
Okay.
that. Yeah.
All right, why don't we
Okay.
take the,
Thank you, Judge.
yep, thank you. Why don't we take the private counsel on Zoom? Okay,
Good afternoon. Morning.
good morning, Mr. Stock. You're here on the Austin Rogers case?
Yes, sir, I am. Mr. Rogers is appearing through counsel under Rule 3.4.
What are we doing today?
Your Honor, I'm moving the court for a continuance. We were well poised to enter a plea to an amended charge of reckless driving. However, in discussing the plea with Mr. Rogers this morning, he began to have some second thoughts, had some concerns about the impact the conviction might have on his career, and wanted some more time to weigh his options and reconsider trial. So that's kind of where we're at. He did authorize me to execute a speedy trial waiver on his behalf, which I have done in Oak Court.
Any objection from the city?
No objection from the city. I've been in
Okay.
contact with council, and it's agreed.
Okay. All right. So based on statements, Mr. Stock, we're going to continue this matter to May 23rd at 11 a.m.
Thank you both.
Okay, I've signed the order, and is that the only case you have?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Good luck. Have a good rest of your day.
You as well. Bye.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Kirk, how are you?
I am pretty good. I apologize that apparently the city of Tacoma just started all their street maintenance right as you were unmuting me.
Problem. So we've
Still
got
up.
Turner's case today. What are we doing with Mr. Turner?
Yes, is Mr. Turner there in the courtroom?
There, Jason Turner, why don't you come forward here, Mr. Turner?
Thank you. I thought that was him. It was a little hard to tell.
And have a seat. Yep, he is present.
Your Honor, I am going to ask for a final continuance. Mr. Turner's phone broke. I had filed a motion to withdraw because I was unable to get a hold of him. He finally responded to a certified letter from us and contacted us to say he had needed a phone replacement, but was back online again. We need to have a discussion about which of the options we're considering, whether that be a deferred or a trial date. But since I was not able to get a hold of him during the time his phone was down, we weren't able to have that discussion before today, Your Honor.
Okay. So we have a request for continuance to May 23rd, 9 a.m. Any objection from the city?
No objection from the city.
All right, Mr. Turner, based on the statements of your counsel, we're going to continue this matter to May 23rd, 2024 at 9 a.m. That sound good? Okay. All right. Execute a new speedy trial waiver, which makes the commencement date May 23rd, 2024. So the last date for trial will be August 21st, 2024. Indicate the opposing party has no objection. And I've signed that order. And Mr. Turner, stay in contact with your attorney so we can get this moving forward, okay? All right. And you're gonna get a copy of this at the window out there, so hold on 1 second. And anything else, Ms. Busker?
No, Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you so much. Thank you, counsel.
Good rest of your day. Okay, we'll get a copy of that at the window right over there. All right, good luck. Okay, so are you waiting to talk with Mr. Haverco? I think you're just observing. I heard that. And so we'll just be in a brief recess then. We're back on the record, continuation of the morning docket for the April 25th, 2024 Yelm Municipal Court. Who would you like?
This is Mr. Isaiah Polinsky, item number 11 on the 11 o'clock calendar. Matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a DUI charge. I've handed forth to the court a deferred prosecution treatment recommendation from Freedom Recovery. And so, we're submitting into O court a petition for deferred prosecution along with the proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law and order on deferred prosecution, and ready to proceed. I don't believe the city objects to the petition.
No objection from the city? Okay. All right. Good morning, Mr. Polinsky. So I've been handed forward, let me get caught up to speed here. I've been handed forward so I'm going to ignore the motion to continue. I'm going to look at the petition for deferred prosecution. So, Mr. Polinsky, have you had enough time to go over this with Mr. Haverko? Yes. Okay, and Madam Clerk, are you going to put in the violation date on the, or do you want me? I can edit it. Yeah, I'll edit it. Date of violation was 03/12/24. So, Mr. Polinsky, deferred prosecution it's by no means, and Mr. Haverko's probably already touched on this, and I see you've got is this a first DUI?
No.
You haven't had he's got one from King County in 18. Yep. Okay. So, Mr. Polinsky, this deferred prosecution is by no means a get out of jail free card. You're biting off a pretty big chunk to successfully do this. And that chunk is 2 years of intensive outpatient treatment. Do you understand that? Yes. And have you started treatment yet? Sure. Okay. So, so basically the petition for deferred prosecution is you're asking the court to do a deferred prosecution. And by asking, meaning you're saying, number one, you have a alcohol problem or substance abuse problem, and that if you don't get help, you're likely to reoffend, right? You agree with that? Okay. And you can pay for all this? Okay. And you understand that what happens is basically your case is put in abatement for 5 years. You have to complete, number one, you have to complete the 2 years of treatment. And 5 years is kind of the minimum. So what you have to do is you have to complete the treatment. If the treatment takes you 3 years, then you're on probation for another 3 years. So the total would actually be 6. So if you finish your treatment in 2, which is how it's designed, then 3 years after that would be 5. And that's when it would be technically dismissed, but it would still be on your record. So a prosecutor, Mr. Radfield, if you've got another DUI, would say, well, hey, he successfully completed a deferred prosecution back in 2024, where you declare yourself an alcoholic or substance abuse issue and those sorts of things. So a lot of advantages, there's a lot of disadvantages if you violate. So you understand that? Yes. And you still want to do this? Okay. All right. So I will sign I don't have to sign the petition, but the petition looks good, looks in order. And the city can confirm Mr. Polinsky's never done a deferred prosecution? Yep. Okay. He's never done it. You've never done a deferred prosecution before. Okay. All right. And then let me get to the order. Okay, so this is again for cause number 4A0098-309. This matter's come before the court. Put in Mr. Haverko's name as the attorney of record. Court having received and incorporated the records of the evaluation prepared by Freedom Recovery. Reviewed your criminal history, reviewed the abstract of record, and you're charged with DUI. You're acknowledging that that charge is a result of substance abuse disorder. If you don't get treatment, you're likely to reoffend. You're amendable to treatment, and you agree that you'll be liable for any costs. You agree to complete the 2-year treatment program. You understand the important rights you're giving up by entering into this program. Those are your right to a speedy trial, right to a jury trial, right to give and take testimony on your behalf, and also the opportunity to call and question witnesses and the right to present evidence. You're also executing a stipulation to the admissibility of the police reports for purposes of determining your guilt or innocence if you were to violate this. What would happen is if you were to violate this in 2 years, you'd be brought back in before the court. And this stipulation, this order says that you're stipulating that myself or whoever is sitting here can read the police reports and determine your guilt or innocence based on those police reports. And you're also stipulating that those police reports are sufficient to support a conviction to the charge. Okay, that's a big, you're going up to the edge of pleading guilty. You're not pleading guilty, but you're doing the stipulation. How old are you? Okay. It's good. Better you figure out at 29 than 39 or 49 or whatever. So, okay. You've done the stipulation. You acknowledge the police reports. You advise of the statutory maximum, which is 364 days in jail with a $5,000 fine. Mandatory minimum, if you were convicted, would be, was it over 1.5? Do we know? What was your breath test?
I think it was over 1.5.
Okay, so your mandatory minimum based on a second offense would be 45 days in jail and 90 days in electronic home monitoring as a minimum, if you violate this. Okay. All right. Let's see, gone over that. We have jurisdiction. You're eligible. You qualify. Good to go. You're going to complete the program. Again, it's very redundant. And do we have a probation department that will have to contact? You just have to keep the court up to speed on what's going on. So you got to make sure your treatment program sends proof into the court so that the court knows what's going on. You'll need a ROI, which is a release of information, and that you'll release information to the Yelm Municipal Court. Charge of DUI, mandatory minimums we discussed. You're going to begin treatment on or before May 1st. That's good. Costs are going to be $500. You can pay that at $25 per month starting May 25th. 10 agrees may drive motor. So any ignition interlock requirements are going to be per Department of Licensing. You're going to do what Department of Licensing tells you to do. Okay. Anything from the city that I may have missed on this? No, Mr. Haverko, anything additional?
No. Yeah, I mean, he's suspended in the second degree right now. He was talking about the fact that they have an interlock device. He's got to get in the car and take it to someplace for them to calibrate it, but he can't drive. Yeah. So I'm not ordering an ignition interlock device. I'm saying you have to do what DOL tells you to do. Well, that's between you and Department of Licensing. Oh, well, that'll be released. Oh, okay. That's why I was wondering. Yeah, sorry. That condition will be released as a pretrial condition, but you will need one for Department of Light. I mean, I'm pretty confident that if you drive, you're going to have to go through some hoops at Department of Licensing. So, but no, the pretrial release condition that was in effect out of this court will be removed, and then this will take its place. And so this order says if you need ignition interlock,
Or to drive. If you don't drive, you don't need to get.
My intention is to get rid of the vehicle altogether.
Yeah. So does that answer the question?
Either way.
Just keep it for when you can. Right?
Mr. Haverko, anything additional?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Polinsky, anything additional from you? No. Okay. All right, I've signed this order. I signed the order for deferred prosecution, so good luck. I hear a lot of people say, I'm not gonna drive, I'm not gonna drive. 6 months from now, remember, you said that, and if you just go to the store and the cops see you, they're gonna pull you over. So, all right. Or you'd be eligible for most likely an ignition interlock license or DOL. That'd be an option for you too. So, but again, I'll defer to Mr. Haverko on that stuff. So, all right, I've signed those orders and good luck to you. No. And then you'll pick up copies of the at the window. Okay. Who do we have?
This is Miss. Anchev. This is Lily Anchev. She is item number 1 on the 11 o'clock calendar.
Got it. Here for a retrial
On a really old case. Yeah, in 2021.
October 7th of 2021.
Yeah. Sign it. So, yeah, it goes for the court for a pretrial hearing. She's gonna enter a straight plea to the amended charge of criminal trespass in the second degree. And on the court's acceptance of the plea, the city will move to dismiss count 1, the theft charge.
All right. And are you Lilia and Chev? You're 36, been through the 11th grade. Okay, did you have enough time to go through this statement of intent on plea of guilty with Mr. Haverko? All right, this is cause number 180685405, which is 1 count of theft third and 1 count of criminal trespass first degree. City making a motion on the criminal trespass charge?
Yes.
Okay, so based on the city's motion, I'll accept it, amending the charge of under 180685405 criminal trespass first degree will be amended to criminal trespass second degree, which I believe is a straight misdemeanor. You understand, it looks like your intent is to plead guilty to that charge. And at paragraph 5 here, there's a number of constitutional rights. You understand you're giving those rights up by pleading guilty. And this is the maximum penalty is a criminal trespass second degree is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is 90 days in jail and $1,000 fine. You understand there's a recommendation contained in here that I don't necessarily have to follow. I could sentence you up to the maximum. And if there are any citizenship issues, you understand that this could, a conviction of a crime could have a negative effect on your ability to stay in the United States. That's an issue. I don't know whether it is or not. Paragraph 11 states, on or about October 7th, 2021 in the city of Yelm, I knowingly and unlawfully entered Walmart property after having been previously trespassed from the property. Is that your statement? And so as to the charge of trespass in the second degree, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? Okay. Find your plea is made knowingly and voluntarily. No one's made any threats of harm to you or any other person that caused you to make the plea, and no person has made any promises. Based on the acceptance of the plea, is the city moving to dismiss the theft third charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sign that. I'll sign this plea and judgment sentence. And are we moving?
Who's sentencing today, Joe?
Okay. Let me see what I did here. Hold on 1 second. check a box. Okay. Sign that statement of dependent on plea of guilty. Hear from the city first as it relates to sentencing.
Your Honor, city consent.
Okay. Mr. Haverko.
Good judge. Let me just get back to. I had asked, her about, she had kind of a smattering of a lot of theft charges going on at one time, and she just was pretty candid with me and said she had a pretty serious, controlled substance issue going on at that time. She's living with her parents now, and we're on DOC. Right? Okay, yeah, she's on, DOC supervision, and she's on the methadone program, so she seems to be in a lot better control of her life at this point. I did let her know she's got a couple warrants. She's got a warrant from Burlington Municipal and I think Tukwila Municipal.
Yeah.
And she's gonna, we talked about how she can maybe, contact those courts and set about trying to take care of those warrants. And so it sounds like she's trying to kind of clean things up. So I'd ask the court to follow the recommendation.
Okay. And anything you'd like to add before sentencing? Well, good. Well, good. I mean, it is pretty interesting, I know what the issue was. I mean, Mr. Haverko knew what the issue was. Everybody knows what the issue was, but it takes you figuring out what the issue is. Figure out life's a little bit better when you're not sort of doing this. So, okay, all right. I'm gonna follow the recommendation. I'm gonna impose 90 days in jail, 90 days all suspended, $1,000 fine, $1,000 all suspended for a period of 12 months. Following conditions: maintain law-abiding behavior, appear timely at all scheduled court hearings, and stay clean. You're on DOC, right? So you got bigger fish to fry, so to speak. But again, as you can tell with DOC, if you're doing what you're supposed to do, DOC is not that hard if you do what you're supposed to do. Okay, all right. Okay. We'll sign this order.
Good, yeah. If you want to come, you're welcome. If you want to copy,
Good luck to you.
just go to the-
Yep.
go to the police department and make a copy. Okay, take care.
Yeah, you too.
Judge, did you ever make a decision on the 10 o'clock calendar? Did you make a ruling on Morrison? I don't recall that you did.
I did not yet. We're gonna come back. to that.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So that's what I was gonna, is there anybody on Zoom? Okay, so why don't we go back? We have two matters left from the 10 a.m. calendar. One is Cameron Scott Morrison, cause number 4A00953955, charges violation of order restricting contacts.
This is a fellow who I've had contact with before. And we spoke on the phone in March, and I think we spoke in the last couple of weeks. And so I have had contact with him, and he didn't mention anything at the time I spoke to him about he might have a conflict or court date somewhere else. He does have a couple of serious felony matters going on in a couple of different jurisdictions. I don't know what's going on. So I guess based on the fact that I haven't had contact with him, I would ask the court not to issue a warrant, but rather just to note the failure to appear for speedy trial purposes and just reset it with notice.
And I'm good with that as long as he doesn't have any new law violations. Well, we've got our March 3rd. Okay, all right, and what's the city's opinion on that? This is Morrison. Mr. Haverko just indicated he's been in contact with this individual. Surprised he's not here. Basically, the request is would note the non-appearance and reset without a warrant.
Yeah.
Okay. It shall be. And then Christopher Shea, let's say, SCHEY.
I had a phone number for him, and I called him recently to prepare for today's court date, left a message for him to call me back. I never did get a return phone call from him, so, haven't had contact with him.
What's the city's thoughts? And it looks like we sent notice on March 4th.
Yeah.
And I would say I don't, without contact, I mean, I just don't really have a basis to object.
Okay, yeah, I'll do $1,000 cash or bond. That's it for the 10 AMs. We only have a couple on the 11.
Yeah.
We have Stephen Dungan.
Yeah, he had FTA the last time. I made a note to myself, I didn't need to do a speedy trial waiver. He's got a new arraignment and then a pretrial, but at his last court date, I looked in the eye, yeah, like he FTA'd last time. So I haven't really, can't remember the last time I had contact with this guy.
Not very encouraging. I think there's a warrant, thousand on, what do we got? We have multiple matters. Dungan. So we've got pretrial, he's also, so he's, let's do, we'll do 1,000 on 2A0183393 and 1,000 on the theft third, which is 3A0308912. So 2002.
And the last one on the 11 o'clock is an Alexandra White Plume.
Yes.
I had forwarded some notes to the clerk's office. Ms. White Plume had told me that she thought she was going to be going into a treatment on a certain date, and then it got moved to, I believe, yesterday. So she gave me advance warning of this, and so I believe, I don't have any other information. I believe she probably is in treatment with my assumption.
Yeah, we have no, my docket notes indicate defendant entered inpatient
Okay,
treatment, but
Perfect.
do we have, does that mean we have confirmation of that? Well, let's do this. Let's kick it a month.
Right.
And then, no warrant, note the non-appearance.
Right.
Give her the benefit of the doubt.
Well, yeah, she was pretty specific. There was
Yeah.
kind of last minute date to her entry date, which would be yesterday, and so they're bringing up the paperwork yet.
Okay. All right. All right, we're on record. It's 1 o'clock. This is the afternoon calendar for Yelm Municipal Court on April 25th, 2024. I'm Judge Pro Tem Chris Coker, Mr. Haverko, or Mr. Ratfield. Who calls the calendar? Okay, call the first case, Benjamin Bishop. Come on forward. Have a seat next to Mr. Haverko. All right, this is cause number 4A0398014, charges DUI from April 18th, 2024. Mr. Haverko.
Yeah, Your Honor, usually just advise everybody of their arraignment rights and what they're entitled to, and then.
Court does that in a global setting?
Yeah, in a global setting,
Do we have
and
a cheat sheet? Okay.
and then it's kind of just go down the calendar kind of on a one by one and inquire about counsel and if they're indigent, and if you appoint me, then I'll go through my spiel, which is stipulate to probable cause and enter guilty, or again, or not guilty.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm gonna go over, everyone here should be here for the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. So this is typically the first appearance. I'm gonna read through what are your constitutional rights, all that apply to all of you. And then when we go through that, then we'll take each case as we go along. So if you're charged with a criminal offense that carries a possible jail sentence, you have the following rights. You have the right to be represented by an attorney of your own choosing at all proceedings. After you are screened, it is determined that you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. Even if you do not have an attorney at arraignment, you don't have to waive your right to an attorney in any later proceeding. You have a presumption of innocence of any charge until the charge is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You have a right to a speedy trial. If you're held in custody, that speedy trial period is 60 days. If you're out of custody, it's 90 days from the date of your arraignment. You have a constitutional right to a jury trial unless you specifically give up that right by signing a written waiver. I don't expect any of that today. I have a right to see, you have a right to see and hear and question witnesses who testify against you. You have the right to call witnesses on your behalf, and you may have the court issue a subpoena to get people to appear at no expense to you. You have the right to testify on your own behalf. You also have the right to remain silent in your own defense, and your silence cannot be used against you. You have the ability to ask for an affidavit of a judge. You get one by right. It has to be done within 10 days after assignment to that judge. You have a right to appeal any finding of guilt following a trial by jury or judge. That appeal must be filed within 30 days of the judgment. Ultimately, if you plead guilty to a charge, you will give up all of these rights listed or discussed, except the right to representation by an attorney. And if you are not a U.S. citizen, a conviction for a crime may result in deportation or exclusion from admission to the United States or denial of naturalization. And you understand that you would have the right to talk with an immigration attorney prior to any issues moving forward. So those are your constitutional rights as we proceed forward. So we're going to deal with Mr. Bishop's case first. And does he have them sign? Does he have each one of them sign one of these or not? No? Okay. All right. So now, Mr. Haverko, I turn to you in terms of probable cause.
Well, usually what you would do is just inquire Mr. Bishop, his financial status, whether he's seeking counsel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Bishop, you're here today for an arraignment. Do you plan on seeking a court-appointed counsel, or do you plan on hiring your own counsel? Okay. Now, do you still assist him with today's hearing?
No.
Okay.
Not really.
All right. So then, does the city establish probable cause?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Yeah. Just for today, we'll
Okay.
just stipulate
right.
to probable cause and ask court to enter not guilty plea.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Bishop, what we've done is your attorney has indicated you're gonna stipulate the probable cause for purposes of this hearing only, and we're gonna enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf. Okay? Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn to the city, represented by Mr. Ratfield, and discuss conditions of release. So, Mr. Ratfield, go ahead. Yes, and he's got looks like a DUI that was amended to a reckless endangerment in '09.
Yes.
Ignition interlock requirement? No ignition interlock requirement? Okay. All right, any objection to those conditions? Mr. Iverco?
No.
All right, so Mr. Bishop, conditions are gonna be as follows. You're to appear at all timely court hearings. You're not to have any criminal law violations. You're to keep your address up to speed with the court and DOL. Only to use your true name and legal date of birth. You're not to drive or be in physical control of motor vehicle with an alcohol concentration of 0.08 or more, or a THC level of 5.0 nanograms or more. Not to have, I'm also gonna order do not refuse or submit to any breath or blood tests if authorized, if ordered to do so by law enforcement. You're not to drive without a valid license and insurance. And I'm gonna have you, do not possess any alcohol, non-prescribed cannabis or drug paraphernalia. Any questions about those terms? Okay, next court hearing is going to be a pretrial on May 23rd, 2024 at 9 a.m. You've indicated you're gonna hire your own counsel, so make sure you do that sooner than later. Okay, any questions? Okay, all right. Get a copy of this at the window to your right. Okay, good luck.
And then, Your Honor, you might want to call the matters with private counsel.
Do we have
First,
private
We do, it
counsel?
looks like we do.
I'm sorry, who's your defendant? Who's the defendant? Okay, George Allen Sanchez II. Is that correct? And Mr. Sanchez, you were here earlier when I read through the constitutional rights. You have any questions about those rights? All right, and I'll turn it over to your counsel.
Thank you, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Corey Reardon. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Jake Crone, for Mr. George Sanchez. We're here for an arraignment this afternoon, Your Honor. We reviewed the charge against him. I do believe he understands the elements, the maximum penalties, and would like to enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Hear from the enter plea of not guilty on your behalf. Hear from the city in terms of release conditions. Okay, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, all right, Mr. Sanchez, we have a preference on a pretrial date?
Your Honor, I think anything about 4 weeks out should work for defense. Let's go with May 23rd, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
All right, next court date's gonna be May 23rd at 9 a.m. Conditions of release are appear at all court hearings, no criminal law violations, keep your address up to speed with the court and Department of Licensing, and stay in contact with your attorney. Okay?
Thank you.
All righty, I'll sign this order. You can be on your way.
And Your Honor, a copy of the orders available out there.
It's actually that way this today.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Any other private attorney matters? Okay, hearing none. I think that's the only private attorney matter, Mr. Haverko. Josh Butler. Mr. Butler, were you present earlier with the, when we read the constitutional rights? Okay, any questions about those rights? All right, you are Josh Butler. This is cause number 4A0339095. Mr. Butler, are you, you're here for arraignment today? Do you plan on hiring your own attorney, or do you expect to request court-appointed counsel?
I've represented him many times in the past, Your Honor, and he's indigent.
Okay, all right, well, for purposes of today's hearing, moving forward, we will appoint Mr. Haverko.
Stipulate the probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Okay. And Mr. Ratfield, conditions of release. Okay. All right, Mr. Butler, entered a plea of not guilty on your behalf. You're going to be released on your own recognizance following conditions. No criminal law violations, maintain contact with your attorney. And yeah, no contact with Walmart. Good. That's good. Okay. All right, Mr. Butler, I've signed that order. Stay in contact with Mr. Haverko, and we'll see you back here on the 23rd of May. I'm sorry, June 6th at 11 a.m.
Yeah, just get the
Okay.
paperwork outside. Yeah, you have the date on it. Yeah, you bet. Have to see that.
Next case would be Marjorie Kennedy. Kennedy? Move forward. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Kennedy, you're here for arraignment. This is cause number 4A02-99769, charge of theft third degree. Do you intend on proceeding hiring your own counsel, or do you proceed, are you anticipating getting court-appointed counsel?
I need a quote.
Okay. And what kind of inquiry does the judge normally do in terms of,
That's about it.
okay, have you been represented in this court before?
Yeah.
Have you been assigned a court-appointed counsel from other jurisdictions before?
Maybe years.
Okay. All right, well, for purposes of today, unless something changes from an economic standpoint, we'll go ahead and appoint Mr. Haverko. And we'll go from there.
With that appointment, stipulate the probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Okay.
Give the phone number.
Okay, so give her a court date of June 6th at 10 a.m. You're gonna be released on your own recognizance under the following conditions. You're appear at all court hearings, no criminal law violations. And where did this allegedly occur? No contact with Walmart, okay?
He's just about done. He's still signing the order.
All right, I've signed that order. We'll get a copy to you at the window out there, and then we'll see you back here in a few weeks. Free to go.
Thank you.
Yep. Next
Thank you,
case,
Your Honor.
Ronald Carby. Ronald Carby, no response. Runiat Wallace Carlis. Runiat Carlis, Carlies, no response. Justin Davis? No response. Peggy Encorn. Response. Michael Farley? Good afternoon, Mr. Farley. Good. All right, Mr. Farley, here for arraignment, malicious mischief charge, malicious mischief third degree charge under 2A0371958. Data violation September of 2022. Mr. Farley, do you intend on seeking court-appointed counsel?
Yes.
Okay, and have you been appointed counsel in this court before? Okay, in other courts, have you been appointed counsel? Okay. You working?
Yes.
Working full-time? Okay. For purposes of today's hearing, I'll appoint Mr. Haverco, but if your economic situation, we may need to get more information from you economically to see if he'll stay appointed. Anyways, I'll turn over to Mr. Haverco.
Thank you, Judge. So stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Okay. All right, Mr. Farley, your next court date's going to be June 6th. You're going to be released on your own recognizance under the following conditions. You appear at all scheduled court hearings, no criminal law violations, and keep your address up to speed with the court and Department of Licensing. Okay, those will be the conditions. All right, Mr. Farley, grab a copy of that order, and then we'll see you back here in June. Thank you, Your Honor. Yep, thank you. Rosalind Feuerstein. Bonnie Fluckinger. Kevin Jones. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Jones. You're here under cause number 4A 0102742. Charge of criminal trespass first degree alleged to have occurred on April 15th, 2024. Have you been appointed counsel in this court before?
He has.
Okay. So I'll reappoint Mr. Haverco, and I'll turn over to Mr. Haverco.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
All right. Gonna enter a plea of not guilty. Find probable cause, enter plea of not guilty.
Right.
Hear from the city in terms of conditions of release.
No problem.
So the address, it looks like. One, 2725, 118th Avenue Southeast. Does that sound about right? in Rainier?
Do you have an address anywhere?
Yeah.
Well, oh, I'm sorry, 403 Yelm Avenue West, Yelm, Washington. That's the address, the location. So you're not to have any contact with the property located at 403 Yelm Avenue West, Yelm, Washington, 98597. So, Mr. Jones, you have a number of, extraordinary number of criminal trespass charges. If you get another criminal trespass while this is pending, we'll have no choice but to take you into custody. You understand that? Is that a yes? Okay. All right, we'll release you for this time. I'm gonna put in here, do not have any contact with the 403. Yelm. West. All right. All right, I've signed that order. All right, good luck, Mr. Jones. We'll get a copy of that at the next window. Next case is Thomas Jones.
1 second, Judge.
Okay.
I need to have. Yes, you're free to go to the police department to get a copy.
All right, you are Thomas Paul Jones? Is that right? Okay, you're here for arraignment under 4A02999765. And then there's a tracking mitigation hearing, there's one tracking mitigation hearing for a no insurance ticket and fail to renew expired tab greater than 2 months. Mr. Jones, have you been represented by appointed counsel in this court before?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Haverco, so we'll appoint Mr. Haverco for purposes of this hearing as it relates to the 4A02999765.
Right. Stipulate the probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Okay, we'll do that. Release conditions from the city. All right, Mr. Jones. Right. Right. All right, Mr. Jones, we're gonna find probable cause for these charges. Um, you're not to, not to commit criminal law, criminal traffic violations, no driving without valid license and insurance. Just maintain your address with the court and DOL, and then we'll see you back here on June 6th at 11 a.m. Okay? Thank you. Okay, next case would be Justin Mora. All right, come on, have a seat. Good afternoon, Justin. Mr. Mora, you're here on, let's see, an arraignment, cause number 480265988 with a track vehicle operator refused to comply with an officer as well as a mitigation on a speeding charge. Have you been appointed a court-appointed counsel in this court before? It looks like not.
Negative.
Okay. Are you seeking court-appointed counsel or are you gonna hire your own lawyer?
Yes.
Are you working?
Yes.
Okay. Have any children?
No.
Okay. You working full-time? How much you make a month, give or take? Okay. I can appoint counsel. I'll have you contribute to that process. I'll have you contribute $200 to that process if that's what you want to do.
Rob.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Haverko will appoint you as court-appointed counsel will have this, you have the order reflect defendant to contribute $200 to that process.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, and ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
All right, I'll do that. Conditions of release from the city.
Nothing out of the ordinary, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Mora, I'm gonna release you on your own recognizance. Under the following conditions, you're not to commit any criminal law or criminal traffic violations. You're to keep the court and Department of Licensing up to date with your up-to-date address and phone number, things of that nature. Next court date is going to be June 6th at 10 a.m. And we'll have the speeding ticket will track along with the criminal case. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to, do I need to put in the order the $200 for court-appointed counsel, or did you put that? Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Mora, I've signed the order. You'll grab a copy at the window. Next case, Chad Murphy Hendricks. Anthony Nelson. Stefan Norton. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Norton. You are here on cause number 4A 02999763, operating motor vehicle without ignition interlock, and then there's a tracking infraction. Have you been appointed counsel in this court previously? No. Okay. No problem. So what I'd like to do today is if Mr. Haverko could appoint for purposes of this hearing, just for purposes of the arraignment, and then we'll move forward with that. So Mr. Haverko, go ahead.
Sure, stipulate probable cause, ask court to enter not guilty plea.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Norton, we're gonna I found probable cause, entered a plea of not guilty on your behalf. Any conditions of release from the city?
Your Honor,
Standard,
what's that?
standard conditions?
Standard, yeah, we're considering ignition interlock and, operating the vehicle without valid ID and insurance.
Conditions are gonna be appear at all court hearings, keep your address and everything up to speed with the court and DOL, no criminal law violations, don't operate a motor vehicle without ignition interlock as required by DOL. The ticket? Yeah. What I can see. I don't know at this point, because I don't have that and I didn't look at it for probable cause purposes. So, okay. All right. I'll sign this order. Okay. Sign that order. All right, grab a copy of that at the window. Next case would be Hector Olivaria Garcia. Heather Perkins. Deanna Robinson Treptow. Ronald Sanchez. All right, come forward, Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, you are here, cause number 4A00494445, allegation of assault 4th degree, alleged to have occurred on April 12th, 2024. Looks like there was an allegation. Have you been represented by court-appointed counsel in this court before? Okay. Are you working? Okay. How you supporting yourself? Okay, all right. Based on that, I'll find sufficient cause to appoint Mr. Haverco as your court-appointed counsel. Mr. Haverco.
Stipulate to probable cause as support that or not guilty plea.
Okay. And you're seeing that we had another
Yeah, I
Mr.
see
Sanchez
that.
earlier. I
Yeah.
saw that. Okay. And this is Ronald Gofagan? Okay. All right. Found probable cause. I'll turn to the city in terms of release conditions, if any.
Nothing out of the ordinary, Your Honor.
Okay. And
Probably, go ahead.
gonna order no contact with Vincent Aguan. Mr. Haverco, we have the alleged victim here is Vincent Aguan. Is that somebody that Mr. Sanchez needs to have contact with?
He's my brother.
Oh, okay. Is the city asking for a separate no contact order or just no contact for the release?
No contact for the release.
Okay.
Would be sufficient.
Apparently he just, the victim is a brother, apparently moved out of the house. So I would suggest maybe a no contact order is not needed, but just a release order, conditions of release, just, no hostile contact.
That's what I did. Just do not go on the
Yeah.
property, ever have contact with Vincent while this is pending. Wherever he is. Okay. Okay, and your next court date is gonna be June 6th at 11 a.m. All right? Okay, we'll see you back here on June 6th. Charles Leroy Schultz. Good afternoon, Mr. Schultz. Cause number 4A0102741. Controlled substance knowing possession, use of drug paraphernalia, and loitering at a drug-related activity. Mr. Schultz, are you requesting court-appointed counsel? Okay. And have you received court-appointed counsel in this court before? Okay, other courts? Yes? Okay, all right. For purposes of this hearing and moving forward until told otherwise, we will appoint Mr. Haverko. Mr. Haverko, I'll defer to you.
Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
All right. Okay, anything from the city in terms of release conditions?
No. Your Honor.
Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Schultz, you're gonna be released on your own recognizance, finding probable cause for each of the 3 criminal charges. Appointing Mr. Haverko. You're not to commit any criminal or criminal traffic violations. Keep your address up to speed with the court and DOL. Appear at all timely hearings. 8182. Oh, 8118. And I'll sign this order. And we'll see you back here on June 6th at 10 a.m. before you go. Let's go to the police department, get a copy of your order. They'll print right down the hall. Next case will be Keith Andrew Stetler. It's cause number 4A0265986, driving with license suspended 3rd. Are we arraigning this individual on the TWLS 3rd?
No, Your Honor. City moves to amend to no ball in the 2nd degree.
Any objection?
No basis to object.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Stetler, what has happened is the city has amended this criminal charge to an infraction, to a civil infraction. You have several options. You can admit it and pay it, you can contest it, or you can mitigate it. Is there a standard penalty that the city requests?
Your Honor, we'd request that penalty be $150.
So the
Pretty standard.
recommended penalty is $150. You want to do that? Okay. All right. So Madam Clerk, do I need to do anything on that or do you just handle it? Okay. So the criminal case, DW's 3rd, has been amended to a no valid operating license with ID. $150 fine imposed, so you got to pay that. But still, you should get your license. Gotcha. Okay. Keep working at it. Okay. All right, Mr. Stetler, the clerk will probably have something for you at the window there to get set up on payments. All right, good luck to you. William Seiberts. Good afternoon, how are you? This is cause number 4A0398013, charge of driving license suspended 1st degree alleged to have occurred on April 17th, 2024. Mr. Seiberts, have you been represented by court-appointed counsel in this court previously?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Are you working? Okay. How do you support yourself? Okay. All right. Based on that, I will appoint Mr. Haverko at the expense of the city to represent you on this moving forward, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Haverko.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, that the support tender not guilty, please.
Okay. Conditions of release from the city.
Nothing out of the ordinary, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I will find probable cause. Release Mr. Seiberts on his own recognizance. Now, Mr. Seiberts, the problem we have here is you're continuing to drive. You have a pending DWS. Oh, I'm sorry, you have a DWS that was amended. We just resolved it like 2 weeks ago.
That's it.
You got a DWS first from from Pierce County in 18, so it's been a while. Okay. You might want to talk to Mr. Haverko first. My condition's gonna be you're just not to drive. And I just need to make sure you hear that. Okay.
Yeah, phone number. We'll go ahead.
All right, conditions of release are gonna be no criminal law violations, do not operate a motor vehicle without valid license, proof of insurance, appear timely at all court hearings, and your next court date is going to be June 6th at 11 a.m. Does that work? Okay, see you back here on the 6th.
Stage, this is the stage. That kind of issue. Yeah, can't do it. Sign here. Yeah, I'll take it with me. Let's go to the police department and get a copy of it.
Thank you. Next case is a Tierra Azolas. Trevor Todd. Hayden Vargason. Anthony Vesey. Serena Villegas. Good afternoon, Ms. Villegas. Let's see, Ms. Villegas is here for cause number 480194409 DUI. No valid operating license without identification with a couple tracking infractions. Ms. Villegas, are you requesting court-appointed counsel or do you plan on hiring your own attorney? Okay, are you working? Where do you work? Okay. All right. So have you been, in the last month, have you worked? You started or stopped? Why'd you stop? Okay, so since you've been over here, you haven't been working? Okay. All right, at this point then, for purposes of today's hearing, we'll go ahead and appoint Mr. Haverko for the arraignment, and then if that needs to be readdressed later, we can do that. So Mr. Haverko.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty pleas.
Okay. All right, Ms. Villegas, I'm going to do that. Appoint Mr. Haverko. Enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf to all the criminal charges, find probable cause and enter a plea of not guilty. I don't see any prior DUIs in our history. Mr. Bratfield, do you think otherwise?
No, I don't see any, but, I suppose we should clarify what conditions are needed since, Ms. Villegas wasn't booked.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'm considering is the standard DUI conditions, no criminal law violations, keep your address up to speed, don't drive without valid license and insurance. Don't be in physical control of the motor vehicle with a 0.08 above, alcohol level or THC at 5.0 nanograms or above, no alcohol related offenses, not to refuse a breath or test or blood test upon request of law enforcement. Also not to possess, I'm not going to order you not to possess alcohol or non-prescribed drugs, cannabis, drug paraphernalia. Do you understand that? Okay. Anything else from the city?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right. Next court date is going to be June 6th at 10 a.m. for the criminal cases, and then we'll just have the infractions track. Anything else, Mr. Haverko, on that case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Ms. Villegas, good luck to you. Okay.
Before you go.
Christian Walsh. All right, we have a couple people. Oh, they were together. Okay. What's your last name? All right, you're here, so I appreciate you coming in.
Yeah.
All right, you are Rosalind Feuerstein.
Yes.
All right, here on a Cosmo 480398012, driving with suspended license, 3rd degree.
Yeah.
All right, so the city, okay, well, the city has a standing order. Motion to amend driving with suspended license thirds to the infraction of no valid operating license with ID. And the standard penalty for that is $150. So it amends it, or they basically amend it to the infraction of a no vol with ID. And you can take advantage of that. Okay, so the clerk will do the paperwork and you'll be given, it'll be assessed $150 fine. You can talk to the clerk out there how to make payments. You can. From there. Oh,
Yeah, that's one joy after the other. I'm starting to feel.
hmm.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Afternoon, Judge.
Yeah, what's your name?
Attorney Thomas Fossedal with Law Offices of Barbara Bowden. I was here today for Mr. Bishop and I was unable to join the Zoom meeting. And I'm assuming, given his alphabetical order, he was called early or set for recall.
Mr. Bishop, we dealt with, was that the DUI?
Correct. It was an arraignment.
Yeah, he said he was gonna hire somebody. We entered a plea of not guilty. Mr. Haverco handled it. Standard conditions,
Okay, well, thank you. May I just have the next court date?
yeah, what day was it? May 23rd at 9 a.m.
May 23rd at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Welcome, you too. All right, good afternoon. This is the 2:30 infraction calendar for City of Yelm. We've got 3 people in, we've got 4 people on the calendar. Is there Donnie Baca? How about James Barrett? Come on forward, Mr. Barrett. So, Mr. Barrett, you're here, go ahead and have a seat. You're here for a contested hearing. You've got a couple, looks like 3 infractions: neg driving, second, operating motor vehicle without insurance, no valid operating license with valid ID. Are you contesting all 3 of those?
2.
Okay, which one are you not contesting? Okay, do you have insurance? Did you haven't, I mean, you don't have it now either? Okay. So you just want to mitigate that one then? Meaning you want to, I mean, the fine is 5 something, I think. 559. Do you want to mitigate that? Well, let's chat about that. Why do you not have that vehicle like insured?
Because it's, getting,
Okay, were you working on it or something?
yeah, I was working on it at the time.
Okay.
And,
Okay. All right. So why don't I just go, why don't we go ahead and let me take a look at something. Okay, so, this ticket's from February 23rd. You got a couple more tickets on March 21st. Was that a different car or same car?
it's the same one.
Okay.
Correct.
What I can do on the speeding or on the no insurance ticket is we could knock that down to $250. Okay, so that leaves the neg driving second and the no valid operating license with ID. You still want to contest, you are eligible for deferral if you wanted to defer. Could he defer, he couldn't defer both of them, could he? He could just defer the one, right? Or okay, you'd be eligible for deferral if you wanted to defer the neg driving second and the no valid operating license with valid ID. Basically, is it 1 year? 4 months? Okay, well, I'll go with the court. So he does 4 months. Basically, you don't have any moving violations in the next 4 months. At the end of that time, the infraction would be dismissed. Is that correct? And what's the cost typically? Okay. I'd probably impose a $250 cost for that. If you want to. Then these get found committed.
Well,
you want to do that? Okay, so we'll do the deferral on the 2 and then reduce the, mitigate the, no valid operating. Yeah, yep. And then, but yeah, the biggest thing here is, you got the new, you're still test driving the car.
right. One mechanic.
Yeah, I get it. But, yeah. All right, so we'll defer those 2 and then the mitigation on the 1. And do I need to sign anything for that? I'll let you fill that out. Good to go? Okay, I'll sign this and then you can come up and grab it. You'll actually get it from the clerk here in just a
What do I
second.
gotta do?
Yep, I'm sorry. I'm gonna make one change to this. Hold on, Mr. Bart. So I was thinking 250 total. Yeah. So 250 on the, but 250 total for the two that are on deferral. So 500 total. You want to make that change? There we go. Okay, I'll sign it. All right, now you can go out and get a copy of it at the window.
Okay, thank you
All right,
very much.
thank you. All right, Betty Faulkner. Come forward, Ms. Faulkner. Ms. Faulkner, you're here for a mitigation hearing. No, you're cited for no insurance. Do you have insurance? Can you bring that forward? Did you have insurance at the time? Didn't? Okay. You got the next day. Very good. Okay, good enough seat. This looks like it's your first, or no, you have a speeding ticket from February. Huh. Well, helps if you look at, helps if I look at the right person. Sorry. Okay, you know, this is your first no insurance ticket. All right. What I can do is knock it down to $100 from $559. Good? Okay. Okay. All right. Reduce it down to $100 and you can make payments on that if you have to. Okay, I sign that order. You just grab a copy at the window.
All right, thanks.
Edgar Larios Alvarez. All right, Mr. Larios Alvarez, you're here for an infraction, speeding 15 miles over. We looked at your record. You are eligible for deferral if that's something you want to contemplate. It's a 4-month, basically no moving violations the next 4 months. Let me look at your record really quickly. I mean, you don't have any priors. This is your first speeding ticket?
Yes.
I'd probably make it, make the cost $100.
I have.
Okay, I mean, you can contest it and we can do that, or I can offer you the deferral and I'd reduce it down to $100. Okay, all right, all right. So, you are Edgar Larios Alvarez?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Larios Alvarez. This is infraction number 4A0098281. Allegation is speeding on or about February 19th, 2024 at around 24 hours. Report. In the city of Yelm, officer was using a handheld MPH Industries speed gun, speed measuring device, bearing serial number SGP 115400387 with KA band tuning fork 845078 for 20 miles per hour at 84507 50 in moving mode and was moving. The officer claimed, states they observed the defendant vehicle approaching me rapidly westbound on Canal Road in the 9,000 block. The defense vehicle appeared to be going at a rate of speed well in excess of the posted speed limit of 25. As the defendant's vehicle entered the radar field, a clear audio Doppler signal was emitted, which was consistent with my visual observations and digital readouts of the defendant's vehicle speed on the radar unit. The digital readout on the radar unit indicated the defendant's vehicle speed 40. The defendant's vehicle speed stayed the same at the time of the reading. The defendant vehicle was isolated in the radar field, and the operator was absolutely certain that the radar was indicating the defendant's speed. The calibration of the unit was checked before the stop and after the stop, and the unit was found to be in correct working order both times. Calibration was tested by the use of the internal tests and externally by the use of tuning forks. I have successfully completed the City of Yelm instruction on how to properly test and use my department issued radar unit. So that's what the officers, Officer Brian Mooney indicates. In his reports. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, go ahead.
For my first.
See that? And where did you get this?
On the Thursday website.
Okay. And the officer indicates it's 25?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything else? Can I see that? All right. Okay, anything else for you? From you? Okay.
That makes it fine. It says 25
Mhm.
for the other.
Okay. Okay. All right, go ahead and have a seat. Anything else? So, Mr. Larios Alvarez, so the officer, indicates in his police report that the posted speed limit is 25. He clocked you, or on the radar unit indicated the vehicle speed was 40. And your position is that the speed limit's 35.
Yes.
Aren't you still admitting to speeding? Even if I accept that it was, because I don't know if, do you understand cities, so this is in the city limits of Yelm. I don't know if they've changed the ordinance related to a speed limit in the city. Cities can do that. They just, where they run into problems is if it's a highway or a truck route or things like that. I don't know anything about Canal Street. But I'm going to assume that what you're giving me is correct, and that for some reason, at least the county thinks it's 35 out. But are you disputing that you were going 40, or are you saying, okay, I was going 40, but I really wasn't going 15 over, I was going 5 over?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a mitigation.
Oh.
But as we talked about before, if I mitigate this, it goes on your record. if you accept the deferral that I offered you before, and you don't get any moving violations for 4 months, it wouldn't go on your record. You'd have to pay $100. So I could mitigate it and have it go on your record, or I could mitigate it, have you do the deferral, you get one every 7 years. And if you don't get any moving violations for 4 months, then it's dismissed and it's not on your record. I'm gonna let you still do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you contest something, just so you know, when you contest something, you're saying, I didn't do it. When you mitigate something, you're saying, I did it, but I didn't do it as bad as they said I did. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So why don't we'll do a deferral, $100. Okay. And so you'll get a copy of this. You can make payments on the $100. At the end of the 4 months, so long as it'll track, the clerks will look at your file, and so long as there's no additional moving violations, the infraction will be dismissed. Okay? Nope, no, I like your evidence. I'm confused a little bit by it because I'm wondering what I think happened is my bet is the city changed the speed limit at some point. So the county said, hey, this is a county, because I don't know if there's issues of if it was annexed at some point or whatever, but, no, your presentation was good. I just, anyways, let me, okay. Let me pull up an order and then we can go from there. Let me give you this stuff back. All right, so $100, you make payments on that, stay out of trouble for 4 months. And good luck to you. You're welcome. All right, and are you here for the Baca matter? All right, come on up. Good afternoon. This is Donnie Baca, infraction number 4A0026222, speeding 10 miles per hour.
Recommending Scout.
So waived.
I was hoping a job prosecutor would come to some resolution, when I contact.
They don't appear. Yep. So do you have?
I do have some preliminary motions for Your Honor. If they do not.
Go ahead.
I have some motion regarding sufficiency.
Understood. I will accept the argument as it relates to the use of the speed gun in the moving mode. I agree with that. It's also not tied to the speedometer. There's no certification of speedometer. So on that basis, I will suppress the results and motion to dismiss. I'll grant the motion to dismiss. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, no kidding. You too. Okay. We can go, or no, we can do it right now. I just signed that one. See you later. Okay, so FTAs for the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. Kind of gonna start from the back, go front. So Christian Walsh, found probable cause. This one, shoot. $500, $250 on each, or $250 on each, so 500 total cash or bond. Based on failure to appear. Anthony Vesey. Charges theft, third, crim trespass. I found probable causes to both. And do 500 cash or bond on each. Vargason, found probable cause for failure to transfer title within 45 days. We'll go 500 cash or bond for failure to appear. Trevor Todd, theft third, found probable cause. Do $1,000 cash or bond. Sierra Zolas, charges theft third, I found probable cause, use of drug paraphernalia, found probable cause, controlled substance knowing possession, found probable cause, legend drug knowing possession, no prescription, found probable cause. Do 500, or just do 1,000 on the theft and then 500 on the remaining three, so 2,500 total. Robinson Treptow, theft third, found probable cause for the theft. 2,500 cash or bond based on non-appearance. Heather Perkins, found probable cause for the disorderly conduct and the inhaling toxic fumes. Do 500 on each. Olivaria Garcia, theft third, found probable cause for the theft. $1,000 cash or bond for the theft. Anthony James Nelson, criminal trespass second degree, found probable cause. And then a theft third, found probable cause on that. We'll do 1,000 on each. Murphy Hendricks, charge of theft third, use of drug paraphernalia, found probable cause, and we'll do $1,000 on each. Bonnie Luckinger, theft third, found probable cause, do 500 cash or bond on that one. Peggy Eckhorn, theft third, use of drug paraphernalia, found probable cause, and 500 cash or bond on each of those. Justin Davis, reckless burning and criminal trespass, probable cause on each. $1,000 cash or bond on each. Bruniette Harley's protection order violation, 2,500 cash or bond. And Ronald Carby, PWS third. What do they, would he issue a warrant on that if they don't show? Okay, then you want to just amend that one to an NBUL with ID 150? I think that's it. Okay.